Yeah. Testing, testing. Do you hear me in the room?
Yes, we hear you. Thank you.
And I hear you. Very good.
Wonderful. Thank you. Got it fixed. We're good. Yep. Thank you. Sorry about that. For those joining us online, thank you so much for attending. We're going to get started in just a moment. Really appreciate everyone joining this morning. Quick note for those joining us in the room, I would ask if you could make sure to disable the microphones and cameras on your computer to the greatest extent possible. That'll reduce feedback for those participants joining us virtually. And we'll get started in just a moment. Wonderful. Thank you all so much for joining this meeting of the second statewide agricultural expert panel for the State Water Resources Control Board on January 14th, 2026. My name is Sam McGill. I'm a facilitator with Sacramento State, assisting the State Water Board with the expert panel facilitation. Before we move to some opening remarks, I just want to quickly note that today's meeting is being conducted in English. For future meetings, interpretation services can be arranged based on community interest and participation. The State Water Board really remains committed to meaningful access, and we make every effort to provide Spanish language summaries of meetings when requested. For information on how to obtain language assistance for future meetings or summaries, we'll drop that information into the chat. If I could at this point hand it over to Alma Lopez from OPITA within Cal EPA to run through this information in Spanish, that would be wonderful. Alma, over to you.
Thank you, Sam. Muchas gracias, Sam. La reunión de hoy se llevará a cabo en inglés. Para futuras reuniones se pueden coordinar servicios de interpretación según sea necesario, basado al interés y la participación de la comunidad. La Junta Estatal del Agua sigue comprometida en proveerse acceso lingüístico y haremos lo posible por proveer resúmenes de las reuniones en español cuando se soliciten. En el chat se compartirá información sobre cómo obtener asistencia lingüística o los resúmenes de las reuniones. Gracias. Back to you, Sam.
Thank you very much, Alma. All right, before we do a review of our agenda, let's start with some opening remarks. I will go to Karen Mogus from the State Water Resources Control Board first, followed by your expert panel chair, Dr. Daniel Geisler. Karen.
Thank you, Sam. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. I feel like we're really spending a lot of time together and I'm enjoying it very much. And just want to welcome you all to this next meeting. I'm sure that today will be just as robust discussion as we've been having and look forward to listening and weighing in as needed. So welcome. I did want to mention too that we have one board member online listening in right now, Laurel Firestone.
Thank you, Karen. Daniel, any opening comments you'd like to make?
Good morning. Thanks everybody for joining us, and thanks Sam and the Water Board team for organizing today's meeting, and thank all the panel members to join us again. This is our 10th meeting or so, but let's hope we can make some progress today and have good discussions. Thanks everybody.
Thank you, Daniel. Before we take a look at the agenda, let's go ahead and do a quick introduction of your panel members joining in the room first today, and then those panel members joining us online. Start with.
Hi, Richard Smith, retired farm advisor in Monterey, vegetable crop advisor in Monterey County.
Good morning. My name is Michael Kahn. I'm a farm advisor in Monterey County, specializing in irrigation and water resource management.
Great. Thank you for joining us. And online, we'll start with Ali Montazar.
Good morning, everyone. Ali Montazar. I am UCC Irrigation and Water Management Advisor in Southern California.
Thank you. Hannah Waterhouse.
Hi, everyone. I'm Hannah Waterhouse. I'm faculty at University of California, Santa Cruz. I'm a soil biogeochemist by training.
Thank you, Hannah. Ruth Dahlquist Willard.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ruth Dahlquist Willard, and I'm the Interim Director of UC SWRCB, the Sustainable Agriculture Research and Education Program at UCANR.
Thank you. And Godu Atume.
Hello, everyone. Happy New Year. My name is Godo Atsume. I'm the Sigma Small Farms Technical Assistance Coordinator at UCANR Small Farms Network.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much. So our agenda today is fairly straightforward. For those that have joined a number of these meetings in the past, this meeting way back at the start of the
Recording in
process,
progress.
This meeting way back at the start of the process was originally intended to be the final panel meeting. Not surprisingly, it's a very complex subject, and the panel quickly realized that we needed to extend the schedule and include more of these work group meetings. So this session is really intended to be kind of an intensive all-day discussion. That momentarily. We plan to break for lunch around 12:30 or so for about an hour today, and then come back for a continued discussion of the various draft documents, including both the draft report and responses to the individual questions. The one thing I do want to flag for the panel members, before the end of that 1:30 item that you see up on the screen, we also need to talk through a little bit about what the schedule looks like for all of you moving forward. Do you feel that you have enough information at this point to kind of finalize questions in the report before it goes out for public review, or do we need to, is there additional work on it that needs to happen? So we'll help run through that discussion towards the end of that 1:30 item. And then around 3:30 or so, we plan to break for public comment. I will note for those that have attended these work group meetings in the past, we've often had third-party presentations. That will continue at the next work group meeting on the 21st. We do likely have one presentation, but from one of your panel members, Thomas Harder, who will provide some additional information for your consideration directly as it relates to the panel charge questions in the report itself. Thomas is joining from Japan this afternoon, so he can't hop on until 1:30, but we look forward to his participation as well. It's our goal to get you out of here by 4 p.m. If the panel decides that everything is settled, then you've kind of finalized everything and you're ready to move on, we can, of course, end early, but I have a feeling that it's going to be a robust discussion throughout the day. So we'll see where it goes. It is our goal to get you out of here by 4 p.m. So that's kind of what we have on tap for you today. Just again, to kind of cue it up, this first portion of the agenda is focused on the draft documents, both the panel report and the individual charge questions. And for all of the panelists and Chair Geisler in particular, I'm happy to pull anything up on my end, or if you'd like to share from your end, whichever you prefer. But I'll kind of take a step back now and hand it over to Daniel.
Great, thank you, Sam. If I may share one slide with the topics for today's discussion. So I was thinking, the things we need to discuss today are question 7D. Now Richard can take the lead on the revised version, and then Hannah highlighted some sections for research that could be moved into a special section about research needs. We can briefly discuss what you think, Hannah, whether that makes sense or not. The same with best management practices. Ali put something together. I also had the impression when reading the report, we can probably compile all our discussion on nurseries in question 8 and 9. So I will have some suggestions there. And then we can address the comments on the final report draft you all sent to Sam, and Sam forwarded it to us. When Thomas joins, we also need to discuss question 9. He revised it, and then also the modeling section. He marked several sections in the report that could go into that modeling section and taken out of the discussion of the 9 questions. And at the end, we can also discuss about things to do before the next meeting. Are there any comments or suggestions? Did I forget anything for today?
I had a question, Daniel, and maybe this is also for the staff there. And I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I know that we scheduled like the 21st, I can't remember all the dates right now off the top of my head, but if we've kind of come to a consensus, those meetings might not have to happen. Is that the case, or am I wrong about that?
It is a possibility, yes. I believe we definitely need the 21st, but then after next meeting, we will see how much is left. And I think, as Sam mentioned, these meetings can also be shorter. If there are only a few issues we have to address, then these are probably going to be shorter meetings. Yes, so we're flexible. As far as what I have heard, it's easier to cancel a meeting than to add a new meeting. Okay, then, well, why don't you start with question 7D? And Richard, could you take the lead? And can you show it yourself, or shall Sam
Can you show Sam?
put it on screen? Thank you.
So Hannah and I went over the draft that we looked at the last meeting a week ago, and just made a few basically wordsmithing changes. But there is one thing down at the bottom that I was confused about just before you get to the tables. Let's see, what number is that? Where did it go? No, it's after the tables, before the appendix. You should see it in red.
Right here.
No, go down just above the appendix. Keep going. Yeah, keep going. Right there. And Mike, I want to get your clarification. This subject is is I think one of the more challenging ones that we've had to try and communicate. And so this shows my difficulty in addressing this issue. But if you could show just a little bit of the paragraph, yeah, right there. But anyway, that little section there, Mike, if you could, I went through and I had some confusion there. If you could clarify that.
Yeah, this section is about sort of going to a single pathway
Yeah.
for compliance and trying to take those three pathways and put them into one.
Mhm.
And as you know, pathway 3 had this 200-pound per acre sort of cap on how much nitrogen from irrigation water growers would be asked to credit at the maximum.
Mhm.
But it was sort of apparent to me that there are crops that might not take up 200 pounds, even double cropping over the season, like maybe baby lettuce or I don't know, parsley, and so I wanted to have the maximum to be lowered if the crop uptake was less than 200. And so I think what was changed here is
Go to the red
yeah,
stuff there. I would.
right. It was originally 200 pounds or the total crop in uptake over the year. And then this got changed to removal, but that's not what.
Yeah,
the
that
idea
was what was throwing me off. 'Cause
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if a grower could show, oh, okay, my crops take up less than 200 pounds, they should only be held to that amount, but it would be up to them to cite literature or explain how they arrived at that number.
So in other words, we should just go back and leave it as was originally written.
Yeah, and the next sentence is the option to use total N removal in place of 200 pounds is for situations where total N taken up by the crop, not removed, is less than 200 pounds.
Yes. Okay.
I don't know if.
No, that helps. I just, I was thrown off by the removal versus uptake.
Yeah, so all throughout this document, we talk about removal, but this is the case we're talking about just total crop uptake.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe what we can do is we'll fix that, and then maybe I'll put something in there about flagging that we're talking about uptake here now, just to make it a little more clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It may be somewhere in the I don't know, in the background, we explain what is crop uptake. I don't know if it's ever defined so that someone can reference it.
Yeah, I'll go back.
Those initial definitions you have at the beginning.
Yes, no, I think yes.
Yeah.
Crop uptake is there, so we can refer to that. Yes.
Yeah, so we can make a reference. I think it's a pathway in there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like
Michael, I know it's related, but you put together a presentation for the last work group meeting, and I sent out the revised version. I don't know if that's something that needs to be pulled up, but I do have it queued up as well, that informs the.
Oh, okay. No, that was more for, I think Hannah requested that, right, to review, so.
Yeah. I think, Hannah, unless you have some comments, as far as I was concerned, most of the other things that we worked on were mostly just wordsmithing, trying to, because it is such a, it's a difficult subject, really, you know, for people to understand. And so I did a little clarifying wording in there. And I don't know if you had a chance to look at it, Mike, if you have any comments about what I said, you know.
I think
Now or later.
I'll look at it. I haven't read it.
Yeah, okay, no worries.
I think my only I love the idea of, you know, in the definitions having like highlighting uptake is different than removal, and maybe just because I think this is going to be somewhat of a long document, just reiterating that in this area that we've highlighted and read. And maybe, I don't know if it's possible, but just to, Thomas has done a good job of this in some of his explanations where he says, consider a, 45-acre parcel and this, and maybe we can just have exactly what Michael said, like for crops like baby lettuce, where uptake is less than 200 pounds, or just to help contextualize and really spell it out so that people are reminded uptake is different from removal, and that there are crops out there that, don't take up 200 pounds.
Yeah, maybe Hannah, we could do that. We could work on that and have it for the next, ready for the next meeting.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's what I had, Daniel.
Thank you very much. Do you have other comments or suggestions for that draft of question 7D? Okay, great. Well, that was quick. And so Hannah and Richard, you will make these small corrections, and then we will incorporate it into the draft of the final report, like all the other questions. Okay, great. Thanks a lot. So then last time we discussed combining the sections about recommendations for research in one section, and Hannah, you had a look at it, you marked these sections. Just in general, do you think it helps moving them into one place, or what is your impression based on reading everything and making thinking about it?
Yeah. So I think I also got the assignment wrong, because I also did like technical assistance outreach, and I highlighted those too. So I'll just stick to the research part.
Unless it makes sense. If it makes sense, feel free. Have
Actually, I think it could make sense to highlight technical assistance too.
Yeah, I think so I feel a little torn, and I would love feedback on this. I think having the research in each question kind of buries it. And I do think it should be, I think it does deserve its own section, both the research and the outreach and technical assistance. My vote would be to potentially keep it as we have in the report, but then also have it highlighted in a separate section that's just research, outreach, and technical assistance. But I wanted to see what you thought in terms of the flow of the report, if that would be too repetitive. There are quite a lot. I mean, there's a significant amount of suggestions that we make for research and outreach that I think could get lost if they are only kept within the questions, the responses to the questions.
I like a separate section too, but it probably depends a bit on the question or on the context. In some cases, it may make sense to keep it there because it's part of the overall question. In other places, it's just another bullet point, and we wouldn't lose anything if we moved it out into that section about research and technical outreach. So it's probably with a you can, from my point of view, you can look at the different sections and think, does it make sense to keep it here? Would we lose something? And then you could just copy and paste it so that it's all in one place. In other, with other questions, we may not lose anything if you just removed it or moved it entirely out of the question. What do others think? Have you had a look at these sections, Ruth?
Is there a way to just briefly refer to what research recommendations in the research section are coming out of each question? Like just sort of have a footnote or a bullet point that says, see recommendations in research section relevant to question 7 or question 3 or something like that, just so it's not totally, the link isn't totally lost, but that it's not taking up all the space right there.
Sounds good. Ngudu?
I had the same comment as Ruth. So I think it'd be helpful to have the research section separately and have more details there. So when some of the answers we have, there's research embedded in the answer, so we can still keep that language and then maybe just reference the general research section. Maybe if it's an appendix, say appendix C or B for more information where we actually flesh out. And then if we have research suggestions, we can also note them in there separately.
I think that's a good suggestion to keep a reference in or just a general overview, but the details move them to the research section. Could you work on that, Hannah, for next meeting?
Yeah, so I think just so I'm clear, I'm thinking, for example, on page 16, the paragraph starting with number 19, it says areas of research, this is sort of about best management practices and new technologies.
One section, I'm just trying to find it.
Yep, sorry. Right there.
Oh yeah, here.
Yeah.
That's the section.
Yeah, so like it could be like funding for, research for best management practices and new technologies, agronomic practices is needed. And then maybe all this detail about, like, please see the section, I think 5, to highlight specific research that we've identified. So that all that highlighted part could go into the research section, and the more general statement is left in question 1 or bullet point 19.
Ruth?
I actually think it doesn't hurt to be a little bit duplicative. I don't see a problem with saying things twice. I mean, we want to be efficient and conserve space, but I think if within the question, it could still provide enough detail to understand how it flows from the question. And then in the details, it could also, in the research section with more detail, it could refer back to the question in ways that point people to where that information is, where it came from, so the link is clear.
Richard?
Well, this discussion totally relates to what Ali and I did with the best management practices. We just, basically just pulled it. It's totally duplicative. We made no attempts to make it non-duplicative.
So that means you didn't delete it, you just copied and pasted it into
Yeah.
that section. That you think that's the best way with the
Well,
recommendations.
I did at the time, but now you guys are making me think that, geez. So I don't know, Ollie, help. Do you have any comments?
Well, good question. So about our section, you mean, or overall?
Yeah, like what we did in section 5.2, you
I
know, we
think-
just,
Yeah, I think the section 5.2 is very clear. You know,
we don't have the
You don't-
recommendations in there yet, but
we don't
they're
have.
coming.
I think Sam needs to.
Just a second.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
here.
oh, you got it. Good.
You have it, yeah. Well, very clear. We called it, thanks to Richard drafted. I did some addition, edits and additional items. But I think it's very clear. We called it, recommendation for good irrigation and nitrogen management. We found 12 different comments here for recommendation. Starting with pre-season soil testing, I think we can also add here perhaps continuous soil nitrate quick test. I wanted to write it, but I forgot at the last minute. I think pre-season soil testing and continuous soil nitrate quick tests are good recommendation to have here. Adopt irrigation scheduling practices, specifically the ones they can improve water use efficiency, tools like crop manage specifically here. In this recommendation, we focus only on water, but we know crop manage can do a good recommendation for nitrogen application too. We can add it or just separate it for water efficiency here. Then improve irrigation water delivery system. Any adoption of modern tools and technologies like drip irrigation, irrigation system upgrades, automation, any help for improving distribution uniformity to reduce deep percolation. Very general, I think it can help improving irrigation efficiency again. We discuss a lot about irrigation water and nitrogen contribution from irrigation water. So account for nitrate contribution from irrigation water, we called it ETC-based accounting from irrigation water. We discussed, we add, the follow crop specific nitrogen fertilizer guideline, but we didn't focus only on CDFA FREP. Any guidelines are, that's, I added, let's go with the general, if there is any recommendation for base fertilizer guideline, including CDFA FREP, can be a big help and for growers. Cover crop.
Ali, can I ask a question?
Please, and Richard, please help. Please go.
Just with the fertilizer guidelines, what and this is me exposing my ignorance here, but where are those recommendations coming from? But like besides this.
You mean specifically about CDFA, you mean?
Yeah, what other resources are there with nitrogen fertilization guidelines? I know that like CCAs.
Well, good question. We can decide on that, but we have some of our local offices. They develop some recommendation for specific crops. I know Richard and Mike Kahn, they did a lot for specific crops in their region. So there are recommendation and reliable information. So if there is, I think if you focus only on CDFA FREP, we discussed that not all the information are there, but we have some local information.
Yeah, maybe we can just define or give examples of those, I think, a recommendation from local UCANR might be different from like fertilizer company.
Oh, even fertilizer company, you think we should go? that far?
No, I think
Yeah.
my preference would be for not the fertilizer companies. I just want to be specific and clear in our language. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Just to answer your question about the origin of the fertilization guidelines that are on the CDFA website, they were developed by me, and I wrote most of them. Patricia Lasicki, who is now a farm advisor, she wrote many others, and it's really a summary of the literature. So it wasn't our opinion, we just got all the literature we could find, mainly from California. If there was nothing available from California, we looked at other regions and summarized what we could find.
Could you link to that just place a link to that document under this bullet too?
Yes, we can definitely add a link to the guidelines so that people can find it. Richard?
Yeah, and now that we're kind of fleshing this out a little bit, one of the things I always feel strongly about, when it comes to fertilizer recommendations is that it's not like a rote formula, like lettuce doesn't always, we know what lettuce takes up. Let's say it takes up, double row 40-inch beds take up about 120 pounds of nitrogen in general. But do you need to put that amount on? No, it depends on what's in the water, depends on what's already in the soil. These factors influence what the fertilizer amount that you need to put on. So I guess I would want to reword this a little bit and talk about it as this is a starting point, and then you use your knowledge to adjust it. And you may have to put more on if you had like we were talked about the leaching events that happened a couple of years ago with severe weather events. So anyway, I think we'll work on that one a little bit more, Ollie.
Yeah, sure. Ruth, I think you have a question.
Just a quick suggestion to address Hannah's comment. Could we add something like follow research-based crop-specific nitrogen fertilization guidelines, just to clarify that?
Sure.
It's exactly what I was about to say, Ruth. Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't clear. I just, I could imagine a conflict of interest with a private fertilizer company. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Utilize, cover crop during fallow period, depending which region we are talking about, perhaps winter grown in Central Valley or warm season cover crop in the desert region, depending, which region we are talking about. Applying high carbon organic amendment, compost and other amendment. Select crop varieties with higher nitrogen use efficiency. Adopt enhanced efficiency fertilizer technologies. I think Richard can talk more about that. Would you like to talk, Richard?
Sure. That's just, that's an area that we worked on actually for a number of years. And I think there is some potential for those technologies to play a role in reducing nitrogen fertilization because they can improve the nitrogen use efficiency of applied nitrogen. And they've been adopted to, I think, a very minimal degree in the vegetable industry. I think maybe in agronomic crops, maybe they're more used, very much so back east. So anyway, I think as we move into the era where nitrogen use efficiency has to be improved, maximally, these technologies have a role to play, and they can they can play a role. So that's why they're mentioned here.
Yeah, I think the other recommendation also comes from you, if you would like to talk about.
Which one? The last one, denitrification bioreactors?
Yes, please.
Yeah, well, and this is something, mostly they're used, at least in our area, for, treating, tile drain water. And again, the adoption has not, widespread at this point, but it is a technology that's there, and can be used. Maybe has a bigger effect on surface water, because a lot of the tile drain water goes into a drain. But, probably has some effect maybe on nitrate movement, maybe minimal at some point, but mostly an impact on surface water. But that is a technology that's there, proven. It's being used, and it also could be used for nursery operations, I think, for some of their drainage waters. I don't know if you have other ideas, Mike, you want to mention?
No, I think they're really important for any discharges to surface water mostly.
Yeah.
But the ag orders or the irrigated lands program also covers surface water, so that it'd be definitely appropriate.
So they're
And
important.
but that a lot of these could also be talked about in the research needs, because there can be improvements made in bioreactors that and there have been improvements in learning about how to make them work more efficiently. So a lot of these technologies, also the enhanced fertilizer technologies, they're evolving too. And then I would say all these best management practices, all these bullet points, they need a little bit more explanation of, a little summary of what they are and how they benefit in reducing nitrate impacts to groundwater or surface water.
Okay.
Just a little summary, like how do they work,
Yeah.
Okay.
and maybe a few links there to some references.
Okay. All right. That's good input. And I think your point about some of these being maybe also mentioned in the research section, this last bullet point, emerging and novel technologies. And so what there's just some concepts that are out there. They do have some research basis, this I mentioned a specific thing here, these microbial inoculants that enhance biological nitrogen fixation within the plant tissue. It's kind of an interesting concept that there's one paper out of, I think, Penn State, where they use this on lettuce, and so we never have had a chance to work on it yet, but I just wanted to mention these things here, as they could, be potential best management practices, but they also do need more especially an idea like that needs more research, to see if it's ready to go, for the, to make an impact on nitrogen in our production systems. So I don't know what you guys think about that.
Okay.
There's a member of hands up. Go to Hannah and Ruth.
We have question, yeah. Guido, please.
No, I don't have a question. I have a comment. I think this is great. Actually seeing this list compiled in one place is really helpful. I want to support the comment Michael made about maybe more information. And I was thinking perhaps we could have this divided into two categories. Which of these are actions that farmers can work on immediately, thinking of the cropping year 2026, like which of these practices are they actually able to start implementing on their farm based on this report we're going to put out? And then which of them may be more like maybe cost intensive, like technology. But I was just thinking perhaps we could think about dividing it that way. The ones above the sorry, I can't scroll through this. Some of the first BMPs we had above there, like testing your irrigation water, using cover crops. Those are practices that, in my opinion, farmers, depending on the level of information we put here, can start implementing on their farms to make a change. And then some of them may require more technical assistance, more understanding of those systems to be able to incorporate those practices. But I'm just thinking about the urgency of what we have in groundwater contamination and how can we start implementing some of these practices. So just thinking of dividing it maybe into two categories, but I think this is a very great list, great compiled list.
Thank you. Hannah.
Yeah, thanks. My comments definitely piggyback off Godu's. I'm wondering if we, adding more context and maybe like having some literature that's backing this up in terms of what we know, what we know works, the magnitude at which it might work, where, just adding a little more color and nuance to some of these. And that can kind of highlight which of these efforts might need more research to really make them more efficient and impactful. And I think some of these I also highlighted, like the microbial inoculants I highlighted for research. And so I don't know if, exploring emerging and novel technologies, maybe that could be placed in the research section. Yeah.
Thank you. Ruth.
Yeah, I also think it's a good idea to flag areas of this that could be easily implemented, that need more technical assistance or that need more research. And to add more detail, I wanted to mention just a few things that maybe could be added if others agree. One is split fertilizer applications in permanent crops. And I know in the Central Valley, there's been a lot of work done by the water quality coalitions on that practice as a best practice to reduce leaching. And I think actually there's a lot of expertise on this panel in vegetable crops, and I want to make sure that trees and vines are also considered for best practices. The other is for pre-season soil testing, would it make sense to also add in-season plant tissue testing or soil testing? So I think in-season testing can also be helpful. And then the other thing I would add for the technology piece and the irrigation scheduling piece is moisture sensors for irrigation scheduling, especially smaller farms and more limited resource farms, or that farms that don't have crops that are supported in crop manage use. I think moisture sensors are an important tool for that to mention. And then also on the new technology piece, sensors for nitrogen content or soil organic matter content. There's things being developed also that are more about, like the green seeker, which is not available anymore, but technologies that take chlorophyll readings and then try to correlate that with nitrogen content of plant tissue or other sensor technologies like that. I think we could mention.
Yeah, this is great. Thank you, Ruth.
Yeah, that is good. Thank you. All right, well, we'll rewrite the whole thing.
Great
Thank you
comment.
very much for your motivation
Thank you.
to do so.
No, but that's really great input. Thank you. That's what makes this a good
Yeah.
effort. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for pulling it all together. And I think the same applies what we discussed with Hannah. Sometimes in the response to the question, we added these recommendations just so that we wanted them to be somewhere. So in
Yeah.
these cases, they can probably be deleted in the question and only shown here. In other cases, it may make sense just to keep them because otherwise the flow wouldn't, or it would interrupt the flow if we deleted them and just moved them to this section.
Yeah, and actually, based on the comments we just got, I don't know that any of these are really covered in the depth that we just got suggested to cover them here. So what you're saying,
Yes, and just,
Yeah.
when you add some details, as Mike suggested, then it will definitely be more detailed here than in the response to the question.
yeah, that's good.
I wanted to also ask, are we going to suggest where technical assistance is needed? So for example, the soil nitrate quick test, growers sometimes need technical assistance on how to use it and implement it, so this would be different than the best management practices, just where is more outreach needed, where we find, growers are needing help getting some of these practices adopted. Nitrate in the irrigation water is another one, that we've found that a lot of growers talked about that did not have success doing that.
So I think that will be part of the section Hannah is working on, 5.1, research, outreach, and implementation needs. We can, of course, we can change the title to fit the content better, but I think these would be things that go in there.
Yeah. Also, we mentioned crop manage a few times. I hope it's sort of a working project that goes forward, and it would need to be supported out into the future to expand to more crops and features, that it will become hopefully a more universal tool in California.
Godu, you raised your hand.
I was going to offer Hannah to work with you on this section if there wasn't someone already. I was recording from the last meeting, and I think there were pairs for, I've just heard your name for this section. So is there someone?
That would be so welcome,
Okay.
Godu, if you want to work together on this. Yeah, that would be
Absolutely.
most welcome.
Okay.
Great.
Thanks a lot.
Can I ask a question just like on procedure? So I only highlighted mine just because didn't. Anyway, moving forward, is it okay to use track changes and kind of move things, edit things that way, Daniel? Or
that will probably be the best way, yeah. So then we can all see what you changed.
Okay.
And everybody, it will be easier for everybody to see and make suggestions or add comments when they think it was too much or not enough was moved. So yes, I think we should all move in or work in track changes mode.
And what I'll try to do as well, since I suggested it for Ali and Richard, is to also like ground what we sort of the future research directions in giving context to what's already been done and where more research is needed. For example, like cover cropping with, rye crops grown from October for 3 months, as Eric stated, we know that research exists. It's effective, that practice is effective, and more research needs to be done on mixed species cover crops and planting timings and such. If that sounds like an okay approach.
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you. Ruth, you have a comment?
I want to affirm the track changes plan. I think that's going to be really helpful. And I think I also really like the idea of flagging for the best practices above this section. Where are the needs for technical assistance to really deploy or implement that, and where are the research needs for more information? I think that could be helpful maybe in this section. And then I also wanted to ask just a question about what we can include in section 5 here. There was a suggestion previously from Secretary Ross of potentially making a recommendation to include funding for FREP as a recommendation. And I would be very supportive of including something like that. I wasn't sure how specific we should get about recommending funding, but FREP has come up so many times in presentations and our discussions, and it seems like a very natural vehicle for funding things like additional technical assistance and research. So I don't know if that's a question for Sam, but or for the water board. So I'm happy to include that recommendation if others agree, and if it's if it's appropriate within our scope.
Can I go ahead and respond? So you're charged with giving recommendations to the water board, who has limited ability to affect change of other agencies' budgets. So just keep that in mind. I don't know that it would be a bad thing to indicate that there needs to be more resources, maybe more coordination with that entity as well. But just keep it in mind. I don't know what our board would do with that recommendation.
I think
We
it
can
maybe
probably-
would be more for other stakeholders reading this document to see that that's a potential avenue, rather than expecting the water board to make anything happen there. But go ahead, sorry.
I just wanted to say we can probably write it more general that additional funding may be needed in the future to address all these issues. The case of FREP, I mean, the funding comes from a mill assessment on fertilizer sales, so that would have to be changed to increase funding to FREP. So, but a general recommendation, or probably after having all these recommendations for research and outreach, we can definitely conclude that probably more funding will be needed in the future. And
Right.
I think that would be a good point to add.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
That's just a detail. I was just wondering when I listened. Section 5.1 is research, outreach, and implementation needs, and then Section 5.2 is recommendation for best management practices. I was just wondering, once we have both of these sections, it may actually make sense to switch them. First, talk about need for best management practices, or recommendations for best management practices, and then need for research. That was just an idea I had right now, but once we have both, a draft for both, it will probably be clearer. Hannah, you have a comment?
I was just gonna say, I agree, Daniel. I think it makes sense to maybe even do like BMPs, technical assistance needs, research needs.
Okay, that's great. So then we can talk about organizing it once we have a draft. But so then, Ngudu and Hannah, could you work on a draft for that section 5.1, and then we can discuss it next time. And yeah, in track changes mode, wherever you think, yeah, we can delete it in the sections about where we answer questions, delete it or shorten it, and then we can have a look at it. And especially the lead authors for these questions can then have a look at it and say, oh no, that really needs to be there, or it cannot be deleted. And otherwise we can avoid some duplication. Any comments or suggestions for these two sections? Okay, great. Well, thanks a lot. So,
I have a quick question, Daniel.
oh yes, please.
Are we planning on, I know Thomas isn't here, are we planning on including modeling as a separate section like 3.5.3, or would that be under ongoing research? The modeling that is, oh, modeling is 6. Okay, my bad.
Yes, I separated it. Whether it's going to be 5.3, we'll see. But yes, I created this section, and Thomas also made some suggestions in the response to questions. Which sections can be moved to or copied? We'll see what he suggests in the afternoon. So we'll have the same discussion about modeling after he joins.
That sounds
But-
good. Thanks.
Hannah?
Maybe just to flag for Thomas also with the modeling, like if there are research needs within the modeling world, maybe he can, add that to the future research section.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. So let's remember when he joins. Okay, then when I read all our answers, I had the impression another topic where we have some overlap is when we talk about nurseries, and that's probably also a section we need to work a bit more on. But my impression was I pulled everything together here in this document. I didn't delete anything, I just highlighted it, and what I marked as red, I thought that could be moved either to question 8 or 9. I think my impression was that question 8 and 9 are the best places to talk about nurseries. In question 8, we have the description of nurseries, and then question 9 discusses whether under which conditions it could be a different approach than the A-R. So we discussed some of it in question 1. Again, I don't think we should remove everything, but the things I marked in red, I was wondering whether we could move that to question 8. And then in question 4, we have a whole section or whole paragraph. I think that would probably also fit to question 8. And I think Hannah will probably move the recommendations in question 8 about research needs. That could be moved to that section 5.8. And then in turn from question 8, we have some recommendations about reporting and how it could be, the ways it could be done for nurseries. I think that would probably be part of question 9. On the other hand, in question 9, we have, again, needs for research. That could be moved to that section. Ruth?
I think on the section that you wanted to move to question 8 about A and R. Let's see where that is. Is that from question 4? Yeah, that part. I think it's okay to move a lot of that to question 8, but I would like to keep something in there because that question is about the metrics of A and R. Just to note that there's difficulty in calculating R for a number of systems, so that it doesn't become sort of a communication that A and R are possible for every system. Because there are definitely systems where R is very difficult to calculate. And I like the phrase, as long as robust R values are not available. So that's if data does become available that makes it possible to use R, then that's a better approach. But in the time when it's not available, then we can use A effectively to identify outliers and highest dischargers, as it says. So yeah, just maybe not the whole thing, but some note, or maybe just a note to say, see question. Yeah, actually that works for more detail. See questions 8 and 9, as long as there's a note there. I think we can make this shorter for the question 4.
Great, thank you. Ali?
Well, I think Thomas already moved part of this to question 9, but let's discuss in the afternoon when he joined us.
Yes, definitely. And so my suggestion would be I can work on this again in track changes mode and move things around, and then we can decide whether it is missing in these other questions 1, 3, 4, or whether we can move it to 8 and 9, just rearrange things a bit. But at the moment, it's mentioned a bit in too many places. That was my impression.
So yes,
Still not clear. We're gonna have a separate section just to talk about nurseries, right? Somewhere in this.
I think I said we already have a section in question 8 about the description of nurseries, so that will remain there. And then probably in question 9 too, when we talk about the alternative pathways, and it is already there in question 9, but I don't think we should move it outside of question 8 and 9, but concentrate it in these two questions.
Okay.
The description, in question 8, and then suggestions for alternative pathways of reporting in question 9.
Yeah, I'm happy to work with you on that.
Great, thank you. Any other comments about the nurseries or what we have written so far?
Yeah,
Richard?
I have a question. You know, when Bruno and Jerry were presenting, they threw out an idea of regulation was suggesting practices, you know, like lining ponds, and they had some ideas. And I thought that that's something we should talk about. If that is something that we can do, if that's legally or whatever acceptable, because it was quite provocative what they said, and so I thought we should talk about it.
And where do you think we would include it in the report?
Well, when we
Would be under
nurseries
and the different approach to regulating
regulation,
nurseries.
yeah, it was an
question 9
alternative
debate.
paradigm, kind of what they were suggesting, and I didn't know if that was an acceptable avenue to pursue. You know.
So let's discuss it in the afternoon when Thomas is here. We can discuss question 9, and there's already a section about nurseries. So then we can discuss how to expand it.
Yeah. Okay.
Great. Ngudu?
We included that the language on nurseries regarding lining in question 8. So if you're looking at 9, there at the end of 9, not question 9, sorry, can you scroll up to question 8? Bullet point 9.
Sorry.
We talk about maybe 4 sentences to the end, actually talk about the use of line capturing ponds or ditches for runoff water, efficient irrigation practices, and adherence to best management. So we did add that following the presentation from Bruno and Jerry. We added that language there, Richard. Does this capture the question you're asking?
Okay, hang on. Did I suggest that? I might have actually. Or did you guys put that in? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I think that is getting at what they were talking about.
Yeah, we added that after their presentation.
Yeah.
You just made a point about the lining, if that is, I don't know if like regulatory allowed. I don't know if that's the case. We did cite some of their research there as well in question 8.
Great.
So
Yeah.
we have that. Daniel, I wanted to make a separate point on nurseries in question 1. I think question 1C was asking about developing limits and metrics for these different agricultural systems. I think part of the language on nurseries, we shouldn't take that out from question 1. We should have that in there. And then maybe also still cite question 8 and 9 for more information. But we should definitely address if we think there should be limits or targets for nurseries. So we can cut down the text, but not take all of it out of question 1. So we can address the different systems in that question.
That's good. Thank you. Other comments or suggestions?
There was, can I speak? There was something in question 1B. You suggested, what was it? Let me look at the comment. It's way down there at point 16, I think. And so you said, I suggest just deleting the section that's covered in section 9. So anyway, I just agreed with you and took it out in the draft that I submitted.
Aha, in that draft, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if there are no other comments on this document or my suggestions for moving things around about nurseries, then we can go back to the main document and go through the comments we received. Hannah?
Yeah, so I was going through the compiled document, and I think I had made comments with page number and line numbers on a separate document because I thought we were keeping this one clean, and I might have been mistaken, but I think some of the page and line numbers didn't translate. So I don't know how it works with the whole Bagley Keen, but yeah, some of the comments that were transferred are not in the right place.
Yeah, no, but you were right. That's what I was suggesting actually, just to mention the line numbers. But it's also strange they are changed now in the document Sam sent us. I had continuous line numbering from 1 to 1,000 or so, and now it starts at each page separately.
Yeah.
So it may be a bit more challenging for us to discuss now, but if you can have a look at your comments or just mention it when you go through the comments in the main document. And I also have to mention that Mike also made some comments. I haven't incorporated them yet because I was a bit worried about line numbers. Now seeing that everything has changed, I could have incorporated it and shown it to all of you, but I was worried that everything would change. So, but Mike suggested some very good improvements of section 1 and 2. But yeah, shall we go through what we have here, and all comments and are welcome, those you that are included, but if you have additional comments you saw after you sent them to Sam, just mention it. So we have this sketch of the nitrogen cycle, and actually we just talked about nitrogen uptake. So T5, that would be plant uptake. And in the sketch, I just added the numbers because otherwise it would be too crowded if we added words. If I had written nitrogen uptake, it wouldn't fit in, or it would be too small. That's why all these transformations and pathways in the soil have just a number, and then below that they are explained. And then thank you, Hannah, for noticing that, yes, that should be immobilization, not mineralization. Guess I just copied and pasted. Thank you.
For a second, I thought my entire PhD was null and void. I was like, oh no, I've been mistaken this whole time.
Back to square one. And then let's see. Need to make it a bit smaller that we can see the comments. Oh yeah, Thomas suggested not mentioning the regions, just mentioning the two, the system where one or multiple crops, and I can definitely make that change. We don't need the region here. Just mention if it's one crop or if it's two crops. One crop would be pounds per acre per crop, otherwise it would be 1 pounds per acre per year. I can do that. So just in general about this section 1, the nitrogen cycle, are there things you notice that can be improved or should be added to this section? Ruth?
In the description of the Central Valley and the Central Coast, can you go up a little bit for the metrics? The highlighted section, sorry, go down to the comment by Cheryl. Oh, sorry, we're going section by section. Sorry, my comment's on a later section than not on this diagram, which I think is beautiful.
Thanks. So yeah, we get to section 2 in a second.
Yeah, sorry,
but here this
jumping
section
ahead.
1, that's kind of the nitrogen cycle, and I try to link it to these A and R metrics we use, so that to provide that overview. Any comments? And of course, you can always, once we have a revised version, then you can also make suggestion in track changes mode. Okay, then section Ruth.
Sorry, can we go back up to I think it's 1 point, on the units, the section that starts with units for these crops on the next page.
Mm.
Under 1.2. Yeah, there we go.
Yes.
Line 15 to 17. This is the part I was talking about originally. Could we add something like in the Central Valley where in permanent cropping systems, 1 crop is grown per year? Just to distinguish, there are permanent cropping systems that are 1 crop per year. There are also a lot of vegetable cropping systems in the Central Valley as well, where there might be multiple crops or staggered or diversified.
Yeah, I can include perennials. Thomas suggested not to mention Central Valley and Central Coast at all, just to mention the cropping system. And I think that works too, but I can 1 crop per year, including perennials, for example.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, then in section 2, I try to characterize very briefly the agriculture in California. Much more could be added if you think it should be more detailed, but
Yeah, I gave some suggestions, but they're not there.
Yes.
Right.
Very good.
That just expand a little bit more details, flush out some of the other commodities that are grown in each area.
And I had the impression the description of the small farms is really Ruth did a very good job there in question 8, and it's linked to our recommendation. So I didn't feel we should move it. We should move all of it here. So that's why I just wrote a short overview of small farms, but the detailed description will be in question 8. I felt we would lose too much if we moved it here from question 8. Ngudu?
I had a comment on 2.1, the regional characteristics. I was comparing that with the map you included, which was a very great map, which I think is further down. I know that the region 1, which is the North Coast, we don't really cover that here. It might be helpful for us to just include that Sonoma, Mendocino, what sort of agricultural practices are happening there. And then like it also has Siskiyou region. Okay, and then we had heard from some of the Los Angeles, I think regional board. Would that be covered in Southern California?
Yes. So
Okay.
one thing, at first I wanted to describe the different regions as the different water board regions, but there are some counties that are split in half. So I didn't have statistical data. For example, I think Ventura County, part of it is on the Central Coast, part of it is in Los Angeles. So I didn't follow the regions as they belong to the water board because I wouldn't have data. That's why I just wrote Southern California, and that would include the desert region and the Los Angeles and other water board regions. So in this description, that's not based on water board regions, although Central Valley and Central Coast is pretty close.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I just had 1 or 2 sentences at Napa, Sonoma, Lake counties with vine grapes, and then another sentence about Northern California. But if you think there are other things that could be added, just
Yeah, I think the line
include it.
you have on 24 where you say Imperial, San Diego, and Riverside and are the counties contributing the most. I was thinking of like Ventura, Los Angeles, but that line works.
Yeah, so I guess in my description, I included Ventura to the Central Coast, but yeah, it is
Interesting. Okay.
For the LA region, that's Ventura County.
for the water board, yes. But yeah, if you have suggestions here, please help improve it on the next draft, or I will revise it, and then we have it early next week, and then make any suggestions you like to improve these sections.
I can do that. Thank you, Daniel.
Thanks. Ruth?
That was actually what I was going to say is I might add a little bit to the small farms and organic farms.
Yes, please.
I just want to voice a potential concern with Bagley Keene. So as groups continue to work in their original pairs, but we start to create new pairs, there's a potential for us to accidentally have 2 people working together on one thing and then one person from that group working with somebody else on another thing. And there's just it's possible that you guys can, you'll have to really be so careful and not talk to each other about what you talked about with anybody else when you have those kinds of interactions, but it's much safer for all of us and clear to everybody involved if we keep the teams completely separate. So as new teams are formed, that's now your working partner moving forward, and we request that there not be a situation where one person is on 2 teams during the same working session, like during the same working period. So it's just something to flag and for you guys to discuss. This afternoon, we'll have Eric Gilman available to help us navigate. So if we do want to save a conversation about assignments and new teams for this afternoon, we can do that, or you guys can decide now.
So as to this main document, I was thinking about incorporating all the comments I got or we have here, and then send it out, and then everybody can add their comments, send it to Sam. He can compile it or keep separate and then send it to everybody. So basically that we continue or we work on this main document just the way we did with the individual questions, that everybody can submit comments to Sam, he compiles it, and then we will discuss it next time. So that would not be a group activity, the main document.
Just small note, if you could send it to all staff and not just me, that would be.
Yes, of course. Okay, so then the next version I sent will not have the section on small farms will be the same, but then Ruth, if you can make suggestions on how to expand it, send it to Sam and the water board team, and then we can have a look at it next time.
Sounds good.
Gudu?
Danny, I was wondering if we should have 2.4 characteristics of nurseries in this overview of production in California.
Mm-hmm.
That was a question to the panel. Also just flagging that at the beginning of the documents, a brief description on that, because we mention nurseries many times in the main document.
I think that's a good idea.
We can add that, yes. Mm-hmm. Do we have a volunteer who would like to add a few or make a few suggestions for next time?
I can work on it.
Okay, thank you.
So any of us can work on any of, I'm a little confused because they said we have to be in teams and.
Yeah, so I think so far we have 3 teams. Section 5.1, the research need, that will be Hannah and Ngudu. And then best management practices will be Ali and Richard. And compiling the nurseries in question 8 and 9 will be Michael and myself. And I will independently, by Friday, revise the entire draft of the document and then send it to Sam so that he can send it out to everybody. And then on the main document, you can add your comments and suggestions for improvement.
For the whole thing.
For the whole thing, anything in the whole document.
That's exactly right. So it'd be similar to what you did for all the individual response to questions. We can always do attributed comments as individuals and then just need to present them in one of these public meetings. So you always have the latitude to make individual comments. We just have to post it then and look into Erica for information, but yeah.
Yeah, I think just to be clear, when when Daniel, you send out the revised copy that you're gonna send on Friday, if it can be clean, no comments, no nothing, just a clean draft that, so that there's not some deliberation happening, offline or outside of the, public meeting space.
I will do that.
So say what we work on, is that going to be incorporated into the new document when it goes out or after?
I think what we work on, let's say, the section about nurseries, or I will first send the new draft to Sam, and he can send it out to everybody, and then the 2 of us can work on nurseries. Hannah and Ngudu can work on research sections and add that to the main document, but send it to Sam so that he can spread it to the whole team, and Richard and Ali, same for you. So, but before you make changes in the main document, wait until you have the new version, or I will send it out this week, and hopefully you will have it before the weekend. Hannah?
Just following this vein to clarify, there is a little more work needing to be, very little, but a little work to be done on 7D. Should I just let Richard take that, or?
Yes.
Why would that?
Yeah, because you're working with Ali on best management practices, so.
But that's a separate section, and Hannah and I are working on a separate section, so.
Erika doesn't like that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so far that's, that is acceptable. However, it requires you guys to be very careful to not have conversation about what you talked about with another panel member as you go between two groups. And because it's hard for us to know for sure that doesn't happen, it's a cleaner thing if everybody just separates into the individual, once you're on one team, that's the only team you're on for that period of time. And so we're requesting that you guys do that because it would be easier for us to be able to keep track and help respond to any concerns that might come up. So that's the main reason. And flexibility within that is we would need our legal counsel to help us navigate, and he is joining us today at, I think, 3 or 3:30 and can help navigate pairing.
If I can make a suggestion, maybe when Eric gets here, we can work behind the scenes just to summarize the process very quickly in a slide, put it up on the screen so that everybody can walk through the information together. Because otherwise I feel like we're kind of building the plane mid-flight or whatever horrible analogy it is.
Yeah.
Or
But maybe if we could just pause on the teaming question until then.
one suggestion would be I can just incorporate 7D, the version you submitted to all of us, and then everybody can add their comments. So all the things you realize that can be changed, you could then add as a comment, and Hannah can add a comment. So then 7D is not going to be worked on in teams. I think it's minor, so then I think I can just incorporate it whole into the document, and then everybody can comment on these things and the things you know need to be improved. Then you just add that and send that to Sam, and Sam spreads the word.
Got it. Yeah, no, but I think that makes a lot of sense. Because we're going to be doing that to the other sections of the draft anyway, so.
Yes, so there will be
Just part of
probably
your
many
briefing.
more comments.
Yeah.
Okay. Other comments to this section 2 for today? Or is it fine for you to make your comments to the next version you will get soon? Okay, then there's a brief section about the irrigated lands regulatory program. Much of it I took from the introduction to the different to the questions, and I added a map and a brief description of these of the regions. That's from the Water Board's website. I already added Erika to have a look at this section. Just if something is wrong, let me know if I misrepresented something, because you're the expert, or anybody on the Water Board team, just to make sure I don't write something strange or something that's incorrect about the Water Board. That wouldn't be the intention. And then I kept it very, very brief. I don't know if we need to add more about the second expert panel. That's also a copy from, I think, from the questions, or I can't remember, but it's from a Water Board document. Why the panel was convened, and then I don't know if you think we should include the details about the meetings, or if that's good enough in 1-2 sentences. And then we have the panel members. I was thinking in the appendix we could have a small bio of all of us, a short paragraph, if you like. We can add a picture. That was the way they chose to do it in the first expert panel. They had the list at the beginning, and in the appendix a brief description of each member. So if you all agree, we can do that too. That means we would need a picture and your short bio, so we can include it.
It's just a formatting thing. If people are supportive of that, just send whatever information you would like included in that and a picture to staff, and we can certainly drop that in. That's very easy.
Mm-hmm. Other comments about this section 3? about water board expert panel? Did I miss something that really needs to, or that should be in this section?
I have a comment. I think on the expo panel meetings, we can probably revise this when we've completed the meetings. It might be helpful to have the number of those meetings. Like we had 6 working group meetings, 3 listening sessions. Some of those numbers might be helpful for context.
Might
And
be nice.
maybe,
Oh,
sorry.
I was just gonna suggest, you know, we listen to a lot of different presenters, to have a list of all the different presenters that provided information.
Yeah, that would be interesting too. I'm looking at Sam. I'm looking at Sam. Could you provide us a list of all the presenters?
Yes, certainly.
Would that be possible? And then we can add it here or in the appendix, depending on how long it is. It's pretty long, so probably appendix. But yeah, that's a good suggestion. Other suggestions?
Since it was all taped, I mean, and it's going to be on the website, could you put links in if anyone ever wanted to go back, listen to testimony or whatever
We do have links to all of the recordings, including the webcast for these larger group sessions. I think we just need to figure out where exactly those the individual work group recordings currently sit. But I think, I mean, staff tell me if I'm wrong, that's probably something that can be done. Yeah. Cool.
If they remain online past the second expert panel. So yeah, only then I think. Otherwise, if they are removed once it's concluded, then it wouldn't make much sense. But if they remain on the water board's website, then we could definitely include a link.
Yeah, we'll need to check in on that, but it's a good idea for sure.
Other comments, suggestions?
I have one more comment. I think it would also be helpful to add a line that there were public comments, lots of public comments made by the public at many of these meetings. Many people have attended and provided us very detailed comments during these meetings.
So is the suggestion to include a list of commenters or a summary of the
No, just a line. Maybe on line 26, they're mentioning that we receive feedback from just different public stakeholders.
Members of the public, something like that.
Yeah.
Other suggestions? Okay, great. Thanks a lot.
If they do have when we list the people that presented, do we list who they, like if they're with an organization, that might be interesting also.
Well, name and affiliation.
Yeah.
Yes.
I assume you'd put in the topic they presented on.
Name, affiliation, topic. Okay, then the next section, that's the big one about all our responses. So one question I had here, shall we list who were the lead authors for a specific question? Shall we list that or not? Richard?
I don't know that it matters that much, you know, because we're all giving input.
Mm-hmm.
I would say not to have that. Because hopefully we have consensus on the
Mhm.
question and.
Yeah.
And so we started with lead authors, but we got comments from the whole group,
Mhm.
which changed the answers.
Mm-hmm. Ali, what do you think?
Just, I agree with Michael and Richard. I think we don't need to. It doesn't add anything to the report.
So shall we remove it? Anybody will be sad about it? Last chance before I write it down. Okay. Thank you. And then this section I label entitled it Background, Terminology and Concepts. I think that was from what Richard and Hannah wrote in question 1. Is there a better way to describe that section that kind of provides a brief overview or some, overview? What would be another name or?
I feel like, yeah, overview, or like background and overview, or overview and background or something like that.
Would that work better?
I don't remember, and maybe you could show it further down, but is there a succinct summary of the answer to the question, or is it just lots of bullet points?
Yeah, that's a good point. Some of you provided a summary, and I always highlighted it or wrote it in bold. I always liked that. So that was one thing I wanted to ask, whether we should add a summary to the specific questions. Let me show or find another question where we have it. So yeah, for example, here for question 1, we have the question, then some background, and then under the recommendations, a brief summary. And that's what I highlighted here. We don't have it for all the responses, but I like that, and that would be a suggestion to include that. It could also be the one thing for each question we add to the executive summary. So if we have it here, then we could actually move it there, and it would be easier to write the summary of the entire report.
Mm-hmm.
Hannah?
I don't remember why I raised my hand. Sorry.
No problem.
Maybe, but I, yeah, agree with Michael. I like the summaries.
I think that will help. And then let's see, I scrolled down. We discussed this here. Hannah, that was your comment. We should get rid of, but panel her testimony.
Yeah, I guess I just felt like we also heard testimony about like the, from communities about limits. And so I wonder if we just put the, targets have proven effective for some growers, and in the case of compliant dischargers, targets could be the standard or something.
Would your suggestion be to delete the entire sentence or rewrite it?
Just rewrite it.
Could you provide an example for the next version?
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Then you have this section here. It's a little awkwardly worded. So again, Hannah, could you make some suggestion for the next draft?
Yeah, sorry, I'm going back and forth between like what I page 12. Okay, yeah, that is the right. Yeah, I can provide, but I was just wondering if it should move to question 9, just because we talk about you know, where coefficients aren't developed, just reporting A or alternative reporting. And so I'm wondering if it should be moved.
Richard, what do you think? It's question 1. Would that fit better to 9, or is it the important part here in 1?
Yeah. I don't have a strong opinion about that. What's your thoughts, Anna? It sounds like you felt pretty strongly about moving that.
Well, I just thought it might make more sense in question as like a background or overview for question 9.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I mean, you can make that argument. I think that's probably fine as long as it gets in there. Yeah.
Let's see, Ali, do you have a comment about this specific point?
No, I think it's already, you know, part of it in question 9 already. Yeah.
Okay.
Ngudu?
I have a comment on a different number that's not highlighted. Is that fine, Daniel?
Yeah, sure.
On
Shall
the
I go up and
lines,
down?
no, just 6, on line 6 there, where it says the panel also recognizes that initial limits on the upper range of currently applied end loading may be appropriate to consider in regulatory framework. The word limit, I think in question 1 and 2, we don't differentiate on the type of limit we're talking about. In Act 4.0, I know that they had discharge limits and application limits, and there were differentiations between those two. So I wanted to clarify, Hannah and Richard, I think these are discharge limits that you're referring to in line 6 for this.
Loading. They're talking about the A-R metric is what.
Not just A. Okay.
Not just A.
Not just A.
Yeah.
I guess in the revised version, I can add a comment there. I wonder if just before initial limits, if we can put something in the middle. I can put that suggestion, and then Hannah and Richard, you can decide on how that sits with you.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Let's see.
I was gonna say, you know, that part you want to move to 9, you could just have a little sentence there and say more details are in 9. Because it does still relate to 1, but the details go in. Developed in 9. And then that sentence that Godo was talking about, it's a little bit ambiguous what it's saying there. It's a little bit improvement in making it more clear. But we all have the chance to work on that.
Yes, everybody can make suggestions. Make suggestions on the wording and make Sam's life really miserable. You have to compile them all in one. Okay, but I'm scrolling down. If there are things you would like to discuss where there is no comments, just tell me to stop. Right there.
What's this comment, Daniel?
No, my comment was just
Your comment.
we should write a summary of all our answers or comments to the question.
Oh.
Just like the way you did here.
Yes.
That's a summary of all the points that follow. And in some of the responses we have it, but not in all yet. And I think it would be a good thing to have for each question a brief summary of what the recommendation will be, and then the points 1 through whatever are the details.
Okay, you know, I just didn't know if you were referring to something else. Okay, that's good.
I just put that here as a placeholder.
Yeah.
I won't forget to
Yeah.
ask.
I like placeholders.
Everybody to contribute to that. And then this was highlighted by Hannah. So that's one of the things that will be incorporated into point 5.1. And then Hannah and then Gudu, you can decide whether it can be deleted here or whether it can be shortened or what you want to do with this section, whether it should be kept here. And when you do it in track changes mode, everybody will see it then next time, and we can discuss. Or if somebody disagrees and say, no, it needs to be, it needs to remain here, we can discuss that. And then here at the bottom line.
Godo has a question.
Oh, sorry, Godo. Didn't see your hand.
I had a comment on 6. I think 5 if you just scroll up a little bit, I think 5 and 6 really are the key answers to this question. We had received public comments on the non-points policy, which I think one of the commenters had just shared that we have to include specific time schedules. So we have 3 to 5 years there, which I think is great. And there was a comment on quantifiable milestones, which we sort of didn't come up with in our response. I think AG 4.0, they had like sort of step down numbers that growers should meet until you reach that final target. I wonder if, and I can put this in a comment, but I wonder if we don't come up with those numbers, we can leave them up to the board, but noting here that the State Water Board should sort of come up with quantifiable numbers associated with this 3 to 5 year cycles on their end if we don't provide those numbers. But just noting that it will be helpful to know what those numbers are per region and maybe per industry for growers to meet through the cycle. So I just had that open comment for the panel, but also for Hannah and Richard.
I think this is something that the regional boards have to work on and establish, because they know Region 3 has already done that. And and I don't know what to say about other regions.
And it may be that some regions don't want to have targets or limits, you know, it's like Central Valley. So each region has to figure it out.
So
I think so. I think you go too far to recommend numbers, especially thinking of all the crops we have. So that's really
Statewide.
something that needs to be done by the regional board, but in collaboration with the coalitions, and or I don't know how that process works, but yeah, definitely.
I guess a question for you, Godot, is would you want us to put some wording in there to that effect?
Yeah, I don't think we can even come up with numbers for all 9 regions, or we don't have that information, but I think noting as recommendations documents to the board, to the state's water board, that those numbers should come up, they should come up with those numbers associated with this 3 to 5 year cycles. That is a recommendation that we can share if they feel that is appropriate for their regions.
Ruth, you have a comment?
Just a question, is there anything we should add about the process of determining the agronomically feasible levels based on research? I think there's a lot of language about that in there already, but do we want to define anything more about that process? I guess I'd be interested to hear others' thoughts on that.
Any folks on that suggestion?
I guess where I'm coming from is, do we want to completely hand that to the water board and say, you talk to the researchers and determine that those limits or targets, or do we want to add anything about what support is needed for that process, maybe? Or if the water board staff has any thoughts about that too, like and maybe we have enough written here, but if there's anything we can add to help flesh it out, that might be interesting to think about too.
So we have this sentence here: focused research can also be used to help determine the agronomic feasibility. How would you like to expand that?
I guess in the sentence before, so we have targets may be set in the first sentence, and we have targets need to be set based on levels that are achievable and will lead to improved water quality. That second sentence is a lot of work, I guess, and a difficult job. So maybe we have enough there, but I guess the third sentence, if we wanted to build that out, can we say it's encouraged to use focused research versus a more open-ended can be used? That the targets should be research-based? Maybe just making that recommendations a little stronger.
I think that's reasonable.
Or second sentence: research-based targets need to be set. Would that help?
Sure. Yeah, that's good.
Are you suggesting to change that? Oh, yeah. So I think there's a lot of times we don't have research for the targets, and we need actually, so that's why that sentence was the way it was, and separated. So sometimes we have to just talk to the farm advisors of that area and say, what could growers really achieve realistically? And there's no research that necessarily shows that, but there's experience and understanding what growers or the best growers are doing. And so it's more of a professional opinion. So that's why, but then there's cases where more research is needed because we just don't know those commodities very well. So we have experts and that's can develop the targets or help, I guess, give feedback about whether those targets are realistic for the industry. And then we have times where we don't have an expert, right, for a commodity. You know, jujube I don't know if anyone knows what a jujube needs.
Mhm,
So it's a new crop in
Mhm.
California.
mhm,
And so we're always having to do research on these new crops as they come in.
mhm.
I mean, pomegranates, probably a lot of research needs to be done on that.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Can I make a few additional suggestions then? So instead of saying research-based targets, in the next sentence, could we say focused research and consultation with cooperative extension farm advisors or other local sources of expertise? Or something like that, just to add that it's not just research, as Michael mentioned. And then I wonder if we should add just to the point about all the specialty crops that don't have enough information, could we add something about that the setting targets should focus on crops where the most information is available to inform these decisions, or something like that, just so that the focus is on the crops where we really can say what's achievable by the industry and what's going to lead to improved water quality versus areas where a lot more research is needed.
Just a second. So, focused research and consultation, how shall extension agents, or what is the, or the be farm advisors and others, what is the best word?
To be more broad,
Maybe like
Um,
public technical assistance providers.
Yeah. And farm advisors.
Mhm.
I think it's good to name cooperative extension farm advisors and other technical assistance providers or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say advisors and specialists.
Mhm.
Yes, thank you. That is good too.
Ooh.
And what about for the other suggestion in the second sentence?
Yes, I
Could
didn't
we-
catch that. Could you repeat it? I will.
What about in the second sentence, the targets need to be set based on levels that are achievable by the industry and will lead to improved water quality, maybe something like focusing on crops and systems for which this information is available. Or just something to recognize that not all systems have enough information to set these targets, but that there are systems that we have much more information for where it's easier to find that right level.
Shall we limit that?
I think that is a fine suggestion because it's the way it is. You know, we can't establish targets for something we don't know about.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But
the-
I
the
think like
well, go ahead, Mike.
in like Ag Order 4.0, the targets don't really, like, you know, they're not for specific commodities. They're for a cropping system
Mhm. In Region 3.
in Region 3.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if the regional boards would ever develop targets for specific crops or, you know, commodities.
Right.
And it's also because it was based on improving the groundwater. It's like,
Mhm.
this is what you need to do to get
Mhm.
the groundwater better. Yeah, so
I mean, I think the bottom line is that what we're suggesting here is a modification and I hope an improvement over the process that was used in Region 3. You know, where they had a sense because they had reporting of use. And so they established some guidelines, you know, targets. And that's where those came from. They didn't necessarily come from research. And so what we're looking at here is, you know, it's possible that another region might use a similar process. And they, like you said, they may not have the the research. And so that's why this concept of this iterative process, can the industry, is this reasonable for the industry? Can they meet these targets? And so that's where that inclusion of the idea of using research, you would hope would help us be more in the ballpark of what's reasonable. That's kind of the way I look at it.
Ruth?
Yeah, that's interesting. I guess when I saw by the industry, I was thinking of specific crops for which information is known about nitrogen fertilizer needs and uptake and all of that to help determine those targets. I wonder, can I offer a second suggestion? A little farther down, the sentence that begins the evaluation process. Could we say the evaluation process should consider all those things, as well as whether enough data is available to set the target or for that crop in that system? Or maybe could we add something to that sentence about, in all those considerations, can we consider available information of whether we know enough about that system? So I understand there's a difference between determining what will lead to improved water quality and determining agronomic considerations, but agronomic considerations have to be by crop. So if we're going to include agronomic considerations, I think we should mention something about there's data available for some crops, but maybe not for others. However, is the best way to note that.
Yeah. I think what Ruth is doing here, she's making this response here more Region 5 friendly. Because it was written from a Region 3 perspective. So thank you, Ruth.
Well, that and also just crops, so all the specialty niche crops for which we don't have information on nitrogen fertilizer needs, nitrogen removal coefficients, or nitrogen uptake patterns. So I think there's just a lot of gaps. And so I think targets and limits, whatever is being recommended, should focus on wherever there's enough data to actually do that right.
Does that capture what you suggest, Ruth, and data availability?
I think that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hannah?
With that edit, Daniel, I guess maybe my comment might not be relevant anymore. I was just going to play out like a kind of a thought experiment of, okay, you have 3 to 5 years of a target, and then you start assessing all the crops in a region, and I'm going to be Central Coast focused. Sorry, it's just, but like, okay, strawberries can do it, but lettuce can't. So then do you start like breaking out different targets, ratcheting down targets at different rates for different crops? It just seems like it would get really complicated. Yeah.
Could you include that suggestions in your comments?
No, I think the way you've written it in data availability is kind of broad enough so we don't potentially create a framework or roadmap that then gets extremely complex for every different cropping system. But yeah, I'm just thinking aloud here.
In Region 3, if I remember right, when they put those targets up, the growers of most concern were the vegetable crop growers, and the berry growers were like, yeah, we could probably make it for a while before that's going to impact us. And so I don't think you can have like all these different targets you try to get a common denominator target that most, all the commodities should be able to achieve.
That's kind of what I'm, yeah, saying.
Now, you could suggest that growers of commodities that could go less, apply less than the target, might get some sort of benefit out of that, regulatory relief or something, going beyond what the target is. Just because we'd like those strawberry growers to be as efficient as possible too, right? Even though they could make the target easily, we want them to be as efficient as possible, and most are.
So I apologize if I opened up a can of worms there, because it's interesting to think about targeting it more specifically to individual crops, because I can see the benefit of if there's a cropping system that's already below the target but could be more efficient, it'd be great to have an incentive for that. But also I think California cropping systems are so diverse as much as possible. I recommend avoiding a one-size-fits-all approach. So I'm sure there's a lot of logistical concerns and considerations about what, calculating all these things and whether that's too complicated for the third-party groups or water boards or, I hear the concerns about not wanting to make it too complicated, but I think potentially the more effective approach, especially since if we're going to include the agronomic concerns, those are different for each system. So I would just recommend leaving as much room for that as possible, whatever's actually feasible, to get beyond the one-size-fits-all approach.
Yeah, I guess the way I look at it, that A-R metric, it's a pretty good metric, because it's it's kind of a measure of nitrogen use efficiency, and so and it gives you a number that kind of gives you an estimate of potential loading, and so that's very important. And I think the regional water quality control boards, when they if this is all accepted and everything, and then they're confronted in 3 to 5 years with an evaluation period, and they're going to have to look at, well, how does this work? You're still going to have probably a bell curve, right? And then so the whole goal is to try and move people to the left if you can. And so really what we're trying to encourage here is for the growers to make a concerted effort to use all the best management practices they can to get, to get us as efficient as they can. Now, the thing that happens though, and we see this in the Central Coast, is, somebody on sandy soil in a warmer part of the valley is going to have a tougher time meeting those limits than somebody on a heavier soil farther north. I'm speaking of the Salinas Valley, because the water issues, irrigation issues, and so forth. So this is going to be a little bit, messy, quite honestly. It's going to be a tough process, I think, for these water boards to take this on. But I think they have to. I think the way that Region 3, where they established these targets and then they just started ratcheting down every so many years, I think you got to have an evaluation period process in there. You can't just start saying, these random numbers. You have to base it on, is this a realistic goal? And that's where the research can help. I think including the things that we have included in here, like the cover crops, is going to be an important issue, important kind of a tool that they'll have. And, you know, all the things that we talked about in that section, as imperfect as it is, section 5.2, all of those things are really going to help the growers, you know, move that way. So that's what we're trying to communicate here in this little bullet point. And I, you know, so Ruth, I do appreciate the input you've made, because it's been very important. So, and everybody, you know, this is kind of the key of the whole thing is right here. So we want to get this right.
Ruth?
So just thinking of that example of the 3 to 5 year process, let's say on the Central Coast. So let's say that after 3 to 5 years, the evaluation shows that berry growers can meet the targets, but that lettuce growers cannot agronomically meet the targets. You know, would there then be more specific recommendations for each of those crops? Or would it still be you know, the same target going forward? And I know it's just a target here, not a limit. I just wonder about maybe what's the hang up for me is the word the industry, because I feel like that is such a very broad term to describe all the different crops and markets. And there are a lot of, I would say some of the small diversified farms don't relate to that term as being part of the industry. It's more that's used more for commodity groups. So maybe we can diversify how we talk about that, or maybe it's fine the way it is. I just want to make sure that we're thinking about the potential need for more specific approaches.
So maybe achievable by growers instead of industry.
I think that actually does help.
Oops, where am I? That sounds good. Everybody, just to change that word.
It's fine.
Great.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So I will include these changes in the next version, and then anybody who has comments, just add them or make suggestions on how to change it further. But these are the changes I will make what we see here. And so this is, Thomas will discuss that. He highlighted that that can be moved or copied to the section about modeling.
Yes.
And then here at this point, there was just a correction. It's one step removed. That's the central value and not the central code. So we will change that. Then again highlighted by Thomas. And that was my suggestion, and Richard agreed that this is better or already covered in question 9. Then Anna, you had, you agreed too. Thank you. And yeah, it is, if we remove it, you don't have to discuss that, but just the comment I made here is that tile drainage doesn't really eliminate nitrate leaching. So it can be tile drained, but nitrate can still leach below the tiles when the water table is below the tiles.
Yes. Although in our area, we kind of, okay, no, but that in general, if you look at the whole universe of tile drainage, yes, you're right.
It really depends. If the water table is right there, then yes, every additional water will be removed of the tiles. But if the water table is below the tiles, then water will just infiltrate until it hits the water table. But it's just a small detail here. And as we are going to delete it. But Mike.
Yeah.
No, I was saying, it's the reason you have a water table there is what you're putting on, or what's water is infiltrating from the surface, whether it's from sprinklers or, irrigation or rainfall, it's infiltrating faster than it can drain into the aquifer because there's some sort of clay layer or impermeable layer, but there is drainage going on, but slowly.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but you're putting it on so, at a higher rate than it's draining, so then you need tile drains.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mm.
It's more, I was thinking about the situation when sometimes during the year the water table may be below the tiles, and so then your first irrigation will first reach the water table, and only when the water table moves up to the tiles, then the tiles are going to remove the water,
Mm-hmm.
but not until the soil is saturated around the tiles. But I don't think we mentioned tiles in other sections, or I didn't notice anything, or I can check later. and see
Yeah.
whether I have
I
some
hope we
issues,
did.
but we'll see. It's definitely a small detail here.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, that's container nurseries. Then Richard, yeah, is this an acceptable recommendation?
Oh, there it is. I knew I had made some comment about, this was what I said earlier about Bruno and Jerry's presentation. Using what they called, second. Something different here. The reason I made that comment was I thought I had put something in there. Yeah, evaluation of practice-based enforcement for container nurseries should be explored and evaluated. So that's the point I was trying to make earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Can we recommend practices?
Shall we move that to question 9? Or, well, we can leave it here, but refer to question 9.
Yeah.
Be good to get feedback from the regional board, whether
yeah.
they can even put regulations in
Yeah,
to recommend
because
practice.
you're gonna have the lawyer here this afternoon.
Yeah.
This is a question for him or her, whoever it is. Yeah, because anyway, I just thought it was an interesting and innovative way of approaching that whole issue, because it's been a kind of a big, difficulty through this whole process. What do we do about nurseries,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then they said right at the very end of their presentation, well, recommend practices as a regulatory option.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, let's discuss that.
Mhm.
I hate to put anybody on the spot. Patrick, I know for the Central Valley Irrigated Lands Program, you went through this whole exercise. I don't know if you can speak to the ability to recommend specific practices in your programs.
Certainly can.
Sorry about that.
Certainly you can, and I think that it would be a change to certainly our program, but it's absolutely fine to kind of carve out specific areas and develop different regulatory approaches for them. There's a whole suite of specific practices that were adopted in regulation for, say, the cannabis industry, which has a lot of kind of one-off practices that they utilize in different areas. And so it's not impossible to do that. You have to step through different hoops. There's CEQA issues. I'm thinking as a regulator, and certainly you can't mandate something when alternatives could be just as effective. That's kind of the breaking point. But certainly say, hey, we know if you do X, Y, and Z, you will get a desired result. Do X, Y, and Z or something better. Is something that we've utilized before in a variety of different regulatory contexts. It also kind of interfaces with the anti-degradation policy. We can say, look, an industry standard is to do X, Y, and Z. That is considered best practicable treatment or control. We have a mandatory duty to at least hit that level. You can do better if you'd like, and set regulatory standards based on those thresholds. I think the challenge, just to be totally blunt with the overall program, is that very often we have not yet developed practicable means of doing that. So it's not a limiting factor. But for nurseries or something like that, where you do have practical tools, say, impervious layers beneath the floors, or other types of tools of capturing runoff before it leaves the border of the facility, we have done things like that. Again, agriculture writ large, very different, but you can carve out those specific areas and say, hey, we can do a different program, different permit for that. And here are the parameters, here are the best practices that establish the regulatory threshold. And you can do better if you'd like. So that's kind of my off the top of my head answer there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
We can explore that.
Mm-hmm. That's great.
Yeah, I don't know, did we list practices for the nurseries here?
Well, we didn't really, no, because it was just a flippant comment at the end of their presentations.
I think
And
in other sections we mentioned liners and
yeah,
other
they
products.
mentioned things.
It is
A
mentioned.
thing that sticks in my mind is lining the ponds, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know if we want to have a section 5.3 where we talk about it.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
denitrification bioreactors is
Mhm.
another one.
Yeah. Yeah, so no, we probably can come up with some stuff.
So let's see what we will have in question 8 and 9 about
Mhm.
nurseries, and then whether everything we don't have there would fit into section 5.1.2, or if we need 5.3.
Okay.
Then Hannah, you made a comment about this point 20 here.
Yeah. I will I mean, if people agree, maybe move that down to the research section.
I think that was my suggestion too when I showed the nursery. Yes, this point can be at least shortened and
Yeah.
moved to the research section.
Yeah. I don't really think I have anything else to say about that.
Yeah, no, good catch though.
Okay, thank you. And then
Yeah, this was just it's not, verification and auditing is not my area. But I would assume that there's frameworks for that already developed. So I'm not sure if research into it needs to happen, but maybe just stating that since we heard that in some of the public listening, or maybe it was some presentations, that there needs to be effective verification and auditing. I don't know, what are other, maybe there's others on this call who have more of a experience with verification and auditing.
I thought we talked about that somewhere else. I'm forgetting now where, but we did mention, I forget where we mentioned it, but this is talked about in another place where we talked about,
question 5 probably.
yeah, basically people should, in the reporting process should be able to verify where the numbers came from.
So shall we check whether this is already covered with question 5?
I think so.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I think what Hannah's hinting at is, there is no system out there, and you'd have to explore like what are the best ways to do auditing. Not my area of research either, right?
So maybe we can check if some of this is covered in question 5, and then maybe in, I don't know if, yeah, maybe it can go in research or
I don't know that it's a research question, though, and I think it's just a verification.
right, like it's just this, there, I think should be a system in place for verification and auditing, but
Or should we write effective verification and auditing processes should be evaluated to ensure
yeah, yeah,
instead of using the word research?
yeah.
That, I guess, yeah, I agree. Some sort of evaluation of how audits are done and how effective they are.
I mean, I don't even know if maybe they are being done in the different regions. So, or maybe they're not. I have no idea.
Would that work the way it is written now? Effective verification and auditing processes should be evaluated to ensure reductions in A-R are validated and enduring.
Yeah, maybe, right, but auditing processes should be implemented and evaluated to ensure.
Can you repeat that?
Effective verification and auditing processes should be actually, let me think about it. Should be evaluated.
Maybe implemented.
So just want to make sure the A and the R data are accurate.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
I think the way to look at it is like growers can provide you know, the A minus, the A and the R numbers, and that they can be verified by
Through auditing.
through auditing.
Ruth, do you have a suggestion here?
I would just like to flag that that process is very difficult. And as I've tried to brainstorm in conversations with interested partners, how that might actually happen, I don't feel like I have an answer. And it's another can of worms. I'm sorry to to open up those conversations, but I'm not sure what kind of testing or record keeping would actually be auditable in those situations. I think that it's much easier to audit things like once the data, the A and the R are reported, what happens next? What calculations have been done, or how's that data being used? That maybe is easier to audit, but the fundamental, what really got applied and what really got removed, I don't know that I can come up with an easy way to actually verify that on a farm level. And I think I just want to, I want to write that recommendation, being aware that that's a very difficult thing to do, and either very labor intensive, or maybe the data's very difficult to get.
Well, I would say that at a minimum, you'd want the person who's providing the A and the R data to explain where they got those numbers from. Just a narrative is helpful. And,
Sure.
right? It doesn't, because somebody had to come up with those numbers. And if you don't know how they came about, there's no way to audit it. If they say it came from bill of sales of fertilizer, and then we divide by area that we applied all that fertilizer on, that's something you can audit. So
Right, so
it's a narrative from the people submitting this information.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And
Anna?
it's okay to jump. Thanks. And I think, at least if I'm not remembering incorrectly, Sarah Lopez from Preservation Inc. did talk about like looking at the A. I remember if it was A and R data or just A, and like seeing values that were like, whoa, that makes no sense, and following up by phone, which I know is, I mean, yeah, so much work. But I guess that's also kind of a verifying, or like going back to the farmer and asking, okay, wait, why is this value so high? Oh, it's because you did this, that was incorrect. Let's so I think what we have written right now could, yeah.
Keep it, and otherwise, if you have better ideas, add comments for the next version.
Yeah.
Does that work? I think it's 12:30. I think let me see. So these are just highlights. Disjointed the section. I think we can probably combine it better with the point above.
Yeah, well, I think it was just that whole, like, Thomas's whole section there from lines, if you go up a little. Does from 2 onward, it just felt really, I don't know.
And I think Thomas is planning on moving that to the modeling section.
Great, yeah.
Great.
That makes way more sense to me.
Yeah, I think so. Then it's all combined, and then we can start rewriting it there a bit. And there's definitely a lot of overlap. So yeah, so that will probably move all to the modeling section. This 2.3. Actually, I found these 2 papers, so I will add them to the citation.
Oh, good.
And I think anonymization of data, that could be moved to question 5. It's already addressed there when we talk about the quality of the data, what is needed.
Yeah, that really cleans up this whole
Yes.
whole thing.
And then Hannah, there was one more comment from you.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that it, provides sufficient information. It just, from what, and I haven't like dug into that data really deeply, but we did hear testimony that it didn't, from, I think, a research group or researchers out of Santa Clara, Santa Clara University, as well as some other organizations who I'm forgetting right now. I apologize. Just that it wasn't sufficient, and I don't know where that discrepancy is happening. Where and so I want to make sure that we are considering their testimony and what and maybe it's just that they're unable to.
What I remember is one of the major comments was that acreage is not provided, and that's now a suggestion in question 5.
Great.
That
Okay.
acreage, and that's related to anonymous data. The suggestion there, Thomas and Ali made, is to, if it jeopardizes the anonymity, it could be in classes, let's say 10 to 20 acres instead of 1.5. If that's too precise, I think for regional analysis, a class would work. Could really help, but that's actually covered under question 5, and I think this part here could be moved there, where it is considered whether it's discussed to keep data anonymous. But I think having anonymous data does not provide that does not jeopardize analysis of the data, but as long as the location is known and the acreage, I think you can do a lot with the data. You don't have to know the grower.
Yeah. So I think
township
think-
is known,
That's
yes.
the location.
Yes, of course, yeah, not
Mhm.
not the exact coordinate.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, so I think maybe moving that, I think your suggestion to moving that to question 5 would be helpful, and just, yeah, as long as that is their concern was addressed, I think.
So we will see in question 5, and then we can discuss further whether that's good enough. Gudu?
I want to support moving into question 5. I think the additional sort of structure that Thomas and Ali added is great. On the first line there, line 11, I don't know if that's accurate, where it says for purposes of achieving water quality goals, some anonymization and data privacy is reasonable. I know that on the Central Coast, they don't have that anonymous data, and they're working towards achieving water quality goals. So I think that's a bit disjointed, the first part and the second part. But if we're moving this, maybe we can discuss that further there.
Yeah, let's see when we get to question 5, if you don't mind.
I think the coalition, even on the Central Coast, works directly with the growers. Yeah, I guess you're right. What they submit to the water board does have the grower's name and everything, and not in the Central Valley.
Just my impression is, I mean, in the Central Valley, that was a huge concern. And I think once it was established that growers can remain anonymous, acceptance of the irrigated lands regulatory program improved considerably. Before that, growers were kind of on the fence or worried about lawsuits and whatever. So I think it made a big difference having that that possibility to remain anonymous. And in the end, it probably also helps with data quality. I mean, if you know that everybody can see how much you applied, you're probably more likely to cheat a little bit, make the numbers look better than when you're anonymous. I don't know, but could imagine that may help a bit. Ruth?
I want to second Daniel's comments, and I think there are good reasons to preserve some level of anonymity. The other concern that I have, in addition to what Daniel said, I really agree about the quality of data. And then also for the farmers that are from more vulnerable populations demographically, there are a lot of reasons to preserve anonymity. I guess I can go into some examples, but there's one farmer who is very famous because they've written a lot of best-selling books, and everyone wants to go visit their farm, whether they would like that or not. There's just a lot of really case-by-case scenarios why you might not want the location of your farm displayed to the public for everyone to see. Sometimes there are crop thefts. There are crops like lemongrass or Chinese or Japanese eggplants where, because of things happening in other parts of the world, prices are spiking for those crops and they become targets of agricultural theft. And it's not always beneficial to have the location of your farm publicly available to the entire state of California. So I want to be sensitive to a variety of social and economic concerns about privacy. And, I don't think it's necessary to report grower names. And that's my perspective, just from knowing different communities and trying to weigh the risks and benefits of, I think, being able to calculate the data per farm is helpful, but I don't know that the grower's name needs to be included.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I think data privacy and anonymization is great. And I agree with Godu that for purposes of achieving water quality goals, like that sentence is really disjointed. So maybe we just cut that first bit and say some anonymization and data privacy is reasonable, as and we can list what you just said, Ruth, like, because I think there's a lot of people who disagree. And it would be, I think, really helpful to just have that spelled out. And balancing that with like being able to for outside orgs to be able to verify A-R values. But again, having that removed from personal identification, I think is fine. But
Mhm.
I really think we should, Ruth, if you wouldn't mind like putting in some of these
Sure.
reasons, I just really think, yeah.
Yeah, I can do that. I think it's
Between
the maybe the framing is to avoid unintended social consequences of
Mhm.
that data
But
being public.
I will move that to question 5, and then please, yes, add or make corrections or suggestions on it. And I think we are at the end of question 1. So shall we have a lunch break and continue in the afternoon or afterwards?
What time do we need to be back since we're,
So the agenda says you'll restart your discussion at 1:30. I know in the past it's been a little bit of a challenge to get back into the room within 45 minutes, but if you can at least make that your goal, we'll start as close to 1:30 as we can, but encourage everybody to take a break, go stretch, and get something to eat.
And it may be 1:45, 45.
We'll shoot for
Perfect.
1:30, knowing that it may be a couple minutes.
I'll-
Okay, great.
Okay. Greetings, everybody. Thank you so much for rejoining us after lunch. We're going to go ahead and get started again. Daniel, I don't know if you want to kind of cue people up on next steps and where you'd like to go next.
Thank you very much. So, Thomas, I heard you have joined us. So, one thing or
Yes,
two.
I'm here.
Great. We haven't discussed question 9 yet, so I thought we could start with that, and then also your impression about the modeling part. What do you think, whether it makes sense to move that into a separate section, or just your general opinion? And just for your information, in the morning, we discussed question 7D, and then also talked about the research needs, the need for the recommendations for best management practices, how we want to organize that in the separate sections, and also made some suggestions about the content about nurseries, focusing on nurseries in question 8 and 9. And then we had a look at the main document and went all the way to the end of question 1. So that will be where we continue, but I think we should, if you're ready, we could start with question 9, and then how you think would be the best approach to deal with modeling in the final report, if that works for you.
I'm not quite ready. I don't have question 9 up in front of me. Give me a minute. Okay. So the question 9, mostly I reorganized that a little bit from what it was last week. It's content-wise pretty much the same. What I try to do is the commodity groups that we thought should be looked at for potential alternative approaches or exceptions are all listed under one of the bullets in separate sub-bullets. So we had the wine grape vineyards, alfalfa, clover-based pasture, and then the nursery and floral industry. And the last one was organic growing practices, organic farms. And I tried to sort of summarize some of the things that we heard. I had a separate bullet on regions with no or negligible current or foreseeable groundwater use. And basically left it at that. So I would love to hear if there's anything that needs to be added. And then I thought it would be good, and this came up in the meeting last week, if we can have sort of a small library on supporting documents that could be considered if the board chooses to look at potential alternative approaches for one or all of these particular industries. And I'm working with board staff to see whether from the list of materials that have been submitted, including presentations, whether we can put them into this library. And I sorted the library by these groups. So wine grapes, alfalfa and pasture systems, nursery, floral industry, and organic farming systems. So I'd love to hear comments, anything that needs to be added to the text. I don't know, Daniel, whether you can pull up the question 9 on the screen.
It is actually on the screen now.
Okay,
yes.
cool.
So let's start at the
I'm only on the
beginning.
phone. Now I see it.
Okay, so we're on page 1, question 9, and then I was wondering, footnote 33, can we move that to the appendix where we have all the questions together? Or do you think it should be here, right here with question 9, or can we move that to the overview of all the questions?
So I felt this was a good place because it explains the question some more. To me, it's an explanation of the question to clarify what the question is about.
Then we can keep it here, and then I will
That
not
would be my
include it.
suggestion, to keep it there. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. So page 2 is that footnote, and then I'm now showing page 3, panel answer to question 9.
Yeah.
Who
So
has-
those first 3 bullets haven't really changed over what it was. That's basically still what it was. And then the 5th bullet is a collection of these 5 major industries that have come up as potential candidates for exceptions or alternative approaches. And
Ali
the
has a
end-
question. Oh, sorry, Thomas. Just
Yeah, go ahead.
Ali?
Not question, comment. I think Thomas did a great job incorporating all the comments and cleaning it up. I think it's almost ready. I have 2 comments. One, about alfalfa, when we talk about, we mentioned there is a research in the desert shows alfalfa has a very high removal nitrogen. I think it's not enough because our research also shows there is a very minimum or no nitrogen application. These 2 combination shows there is nothing in the root zone. There is no nitrogen to leach, not just removal. I think we need to add that minimum or no nitrogen application to be comprehensive. So the other part is
Ali, can you say that again? I didn't quite catch. Are you saying we should add that alfalfa is removing a lot of nitrogen?
No.
Are you saying that this would be one necessary condition is that there's no nitrogen application?
No, if you look at here, is here field-based research conducted under commercial low desert production conditions demonstrate that this export, a lot of nitrogen. This is one reason, but also our research shows there is no nitrogen application or minimum. I think we need to add it here because these together can help to justify there is no point, to have nitrogen report.
Yeah.
Basically.
The first sentence already mentioned managed with minimal nitrogen fertilizers, so probably move that to the sentence about the research has shown.
Exactly, because the research shows not that part is very general, but our research shows a very high removal and a very minimum or no nitrogen application, which means there is no nitrogen left in the soil, at all. Yeah, it's good to move it down. Yeah.
Okay.
To make sure the research shows that. Yeah.
Ali, what's the typical soil nitrate values in alfalfa fields?
Good question.
If it's higher than 1, there's some nitrate there that's leaching when they irrigate, right?
It's good. To I have to check because I don't have any data on that to make sure. But the point is when there is no nitrogen application, if there is something there, what does that mean?
Well, it fixes nitrogen from the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah. But is any of that going into the soil and potentially leaching?
I cannot answer that question, but this is a very good question.
I can
have to
answer
check.
that question
have to
with
check.
an old answer. We did a review of that for the 2012 nitrate report, so about 15 years ago. And there is literature that's cited in that report that summarizes the research at the time on potential nitrogen leaching from alfalfa, and we used a fixed leaching rate for the modeling that we did in that report of 35 pounds of nitrogen per acre. I think it was 30 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare per year, which we consider to be sort of on the upper end of what's potentially leaching from alfalfa. So that's,
I can answer.
and those references, we can pull those references from that report.
And I have the data for many, since I have
Yeah.
for different crops, I cannot answer now, but I can look at my data because we have that data for several fields.
Okay, great. That'll be great to have.
I can answer that question, but not now because
Yeah,
I have
great.
checked.
I'll make a note to myself.
Great. Ruth, you also have a comment?
Maybe this is superfluous given the previous comments, but I'm trying to think of, let's say you have an alfalfa crop that you are putting some nitrogen in the soil through nitrogen fixing, but you're not applying any fertilizer. I can't imagine a management practice that you could use to reduce nitrogen fertilizer other than inhibiting nitrogen fixation, which wouldn't really make sense. So it seems like there's a strong justification for including alfalfa here. And I don't know what the data showed from that previous review, but other than that range you mentioned, but it sounds very justifiable to me to keep it here.
Thomas, can I answer Ruth's question?
Mm-hmm.
Good. The growers apply fertilizer, but they are phosphate and potassium based fertilizer, like nitrogen.
Yeah. Right. Thank you.
Hannah?
My question's for Ali with alfalfa as well. Do you know what, is alfalfa typically rotated with anything, or is it usually just?
Well, in different region, rotation is different. But, in the desert, it rotates with many, some other hay crops or seed crops. If the soil is good enough, because we have a lot of salty soil, salt affected, they cannot rotate to vegetable, but still we have some alfalfa, they are rotating with vegetable. I need to mention also these, the highest organic matter I have ever found in the desert soils are related to alfalfa soils. 3.6, 3.7% organic matter. We don't have this in the soil in the desert. It's very, very high. And the entire establishment, we have that high organic matter.
I'm trying to think about what they've done on the Central Coast where they don't allow a legume for cover crops, based on the logic that they're bringing in more nitrogen to the system. Is that right, Richard and Michael? That logic with the cover crops?
Well, I think what people are struggling with that particular issue is, having this typically a cereal legume mix as a cover crop. And so you have nitrogen being taken up by the plants, but then you have that issue of, some release of nitrogen from the legume. And there's evidence that, sometimes if you have, the cereal will have higher nitrogen where you're doing the mix versus if it's growing by itself. So there's some evidence that there's bleed over of nitrogen from the legume to the cereal.
Mm.
And so it's created a more of a complex situation. It's not so easy to say, okay, how much of this is actually scavenged and how much of this is a net input.
Mm.
And so that's why that issue in the research section needs to be part of that.
Mhm.
One of the things that does need research, because on the other hand, I think Eric Brennan would make the argument that there's pretty good evidence that you are doing, a fair bit of scavenging, even with a mix.
Mhm.
So it's a little bit of a question. We don't have good studies done here in California. There's been studies about this that have been done in Europe, but we haven't done that here.
Yeah. I was just the alfalfa was kind of as a legume was making me think of cover crops and
Yeah.
yeah.
But
where
I think the alfalfa, if you put on, for example, high nitrate irrigation water on it, it wouldn't fix nitrogen very much. And actually could be a great way, to remove nitrogen
Mhm.
from the system, because you would harvest the alfalfa and instead of fixing, it would be taking it out of the water, or at
Mhm.
least a good portion.
Yeah, that's
Thomas?
partly the approach. That was partly what, at least we thought about in the 2000s when we first looked at manure management on dairies, which in the Central Valley are growing typically alfalfa in a 3-year rotation with a corn winter grain mix. And at the time, manure was typically not applied to alfalfa because of weed issues primarily, but there was at least some conversations on, is it possible to actually use manure in one form or another on alfalfa with exactly that idea, that it would actually help remove some of that nitrogen that's in the manure, because alfalfa can switch to using the nitrogen, or preferentially actually uses nitrogen that's available over fixing nitrogen, is my understanding. And I don't know that there has been follow-up research on that, specifically with respect to manure. But it brings up another question, which is in places where alfalfa is rotated, and this is a question probably for Ali, in places where alfalfa is, there's a rotation of alfalfa on a regular basis. So where you might have alfalfa for 3 years and then you have field crops for 3 years or 4 years. How much leaching, sort of residual leaching, do you have from the field crops once alfalfa is reestablished? Is that something that needs to be considered? And I'm asking this because I did insert a bullet after that paragraph. This would be on the following page. The bullet starts with alternative approaches for alfalfa and clover-based pasture systems would only apply where these are permanent crops with no or only short, intermittent, low-intensity rotations. For example, 7-year alfalfa with 1-year grain rotation, which is common in the Intermountain West, regions 1 and 6. Alternative approaches for alfalfa and clover-based pasture may require low limits on A or on A or minus R or both, thus requiring reporting, or alternatively, local GSAs that are monitoring nitrate and groundwater may provide the data needed for considering an exception for reporting until or unless significant indication is available for broader impact.
Well, it's hard to answer that question, because I think we should consider everything about crop itself, not after we are done with that crop, because I don't know, if you want to say, so the stand in the desert is less than 7 years because we have a lot of operation harvest.
Mm-hmm.
It's 4 to 5 years, it's not 7. So in the North California, because they do not have that many harvests, so stand is longer, but we still have in the desert, with 9 years stand alfalfa. We have specifically for drip irrigation, subsurface drip irrigation, some growers, they go with 9 years stand.
But in the desert, when you do, if you typically take it out after 4 or 5 years, do you do 1 or 2 year? What happens after those 4 or 5 years? You do a 1 or 2 year interception, and then you go back to alfalfa, or you move it completely to field crops for a number of years?
That's why I mentioned. That's what I mentioned. So the rotation is different. Some they go with alfalfa, depending on the soil quality and how salt affected is. Some goes with vegetable. Some goes to some hay crop like Bermuda and cline grass and some other grass, and some field crops like wheat. We have a very diverse rotation for alfalfa, depending on the soil type, the soil condition. Different rotations, almost a mixed. But we have some goes again to alfalfa. I saw in the desert.
So how do we deal with the fact that I imagine, from a coalition perspective or from a regional water board perspective, if you're in a region where you have these diverse crop rotations with alfalfa, where it's not really a permanent crop as it is in the Mountain West, the regulation is basically on a place-based basis and not on a crop basis. So you can't just regulate by crop, because then sometimes a farm is regulated, sometimes a farm is not regulated, and I imagine there's just procedural difficulties doing that. Which is why I added that paragraph. I can see an exception or an alternative approach in a case where alfalfa is a relatively permanent crop. I don't know that that works when it's rotated with other crops on a fairly frequent basis. And it sounds to me from how you're describing the desert system, sometimes it's alfalfa, sometimes it's something else. And so I don't know how an exception or an alternative approach would work in that case.
Desert is different region because alfalfa itself is as a rotational crop. That's the rotation, to improve the soil, organic matter, the soil structure, and many other benefits. So
I think we can, definitely encourage that, the use of alfalfa because it's beneficial in terms of leaching, but I don't know.
My impression is that if there were an alternative approach for alfalfa, it would only apply to the years where alfalfa is grown. And if it's rotated with corn, during these years, the grower would have to report do the regular reporting. And growers, I don't think there are a lot of growers who only grow alfalfa. So most of them probably already have to do the regular reporting for some of their fields. But if an alternative approach would be approved, reporting would be or there would be less reporting required for the fields when alfalfa is growing.
Yeah, it makes sense, So we are regulating the crop, I think, not the field, perhaps.
In this case, I would say yes, it should be on the crop or only applied to the year where alfalfa is grown.
Yeah, but I wonder whether that's just not making whether that's making it more complicated rather than less complicated. Because if you're already, I can't really speak for the farmer, but I imagine once you're set up doing your reporting system, why not just do it, for the alfalfa when in those years when it's there's nothing applied or very little applied. There's a lot removed. I don't see why in that case, alfalfa should be treated any different from anything else, and how it makes it any different. I feel like then we're really in the weeds, so to speak. I'm really more concerned about doing this in regions where this is a broader permanent crop. And I'm thinking my experience there is mostly in Siskiyou County, where alfalfa is grown on a permanent basis with a 1 year break, where they grow typically wheat or another grain and then go back to alfalfa. And it's literally a permanent, I mean, there it's really a permanent crop. And if they change to anything else, it's typically pasture. And there, to me, it would make sense to have very different reporting requirements. But when it's rotated with many other crops, then I don't know that it makes sense to develop a whole program around just alfalfa when it's just one of many other crops that gets rotated in and out. That seems to me making it more complicated than it needs to be.
I agree with Thomas. And in fact, it would be sort of a disadvantage to sort of separate it out, you know, because if you're doing your A minus R calculations for a whole ranch scale, you'd like to show the removal that you're getting with alfalfa.
But
I agree. It may not be an advantage, but I think it's fine for us to say that could be a crop for an exception or for an alternative approach. But I also wonder, or for most growers, it will probably be not something they want to do. Because first of all, I mean, reporting for alfalfa is not that much, because if they don't apply any fertilizer, it's really just reporting the yield and the practices. And the other thing is also, if they want to calculate the farm-wide A minus R, they definitely want to include alfalfa in that calculation because the numbers are so low. So I don't really see an advantage for many growers, but I think it's fine for us to mention that alfalfa or also pastures with legumes could be considered for an alternative approach. And whether somebody will pick up on that or not, that we'll see.
the other point I think we should consider, because the threshold we talk about, the average years, is 3 to 5 years. And 3 to 5 years stand around the stand life of alfalfa. I think that's 3 to 5 years. And all the average we talk about threshold stand around that lifetime.
Richard?
Yeah, just a kind of a question, looking at it from like a more aerial, what do they say, 50,000 foot perspective. If you, like in a township, if you have a lot of alfalfa, like let's say there's 2 equal townships and one has a lot of alfalfa and one doesn't, it just seems like the water quality would be higher where you have out in that large, it has this impact. And so I don't know how that can be evaluated in terms of, I mean, like when the coalitions over in the Central Valley are looking at their townships, it seems like alfalfa is just a huge winner for water quality. What do you think about that, Thomas and Ollie?
So it makes, I think what makes sense is to actually include alfalfa when you have, when it's a 3 to 4 or 5 year rotation with then something else. In those years when you have alfalfa, you probably have minimal leaching. It's not that you have massive negative leaching because you're taking 300 pounds of nitrogen off an alfalfa field, and you only applied 0 nitrogen, or 10 pounds or 50 pounds of nitrogen, that you can then sort of say, okay, I took off 200, my A minus R is minus 250 pounds. I'm going to average that with the plus 250 pounds from the years before or the years after. That does not work because it's not effectively removing at least from my understanding, those 250 pounds surplus that were going into a field maybe for 3 years or 4 years prior to the alfalfa going in. But it nonetheless has a huge beneficial impact because for those 3 or 4 years where it's on there, there's probably very little leaching. And so when you do, as you point out, Ali, when you do a running average on what's potentially leaching to groundwater, regardless of how you calculate it or estimate it, it will have a major, it will show up in a 3 or 4 year running average. Because those years when it's an alfalfa, it's going to be a very low number.
Well, good question. Let me, a real example, perhaps, because we are talking about the regional impact now. It means even though field goes from crop to crop, but still over the last 15 years, desert has continuously between 200,000 to 220,000 acre alfalfa. One real example in the Palo Verde, I don't have this here, but there, in Palo Verde, they have about 85 to 90,000 acres. About 60% is alfalfa. And I mentioned last time, the tailwater return to the Colorado River, they don't have any sink. And they have a very monitoring, good monitoring station, the entire Palo Verde. And they never, found in Colorado River on that part a high concentration of nitrate. It's very clean. The lowest, nitrate we have comes from that region, and about 60,000 alfalfa and about 25 to 30 the other crops. So it means, please look at it at the regional based. It's just one real example.
Can we come back to question 9? I mean, really what we are trying to answer here, should we mention that alfalfa may qualify for an alternative reporting? I mean, that's all we discuss here in question 9.
Exactly. That was an example.
We don't have to go too much into the weeds of alfalfa. With question 9, it's really, shall we include alfalfa as an example of a crop where an alternative pathway or reporting structure could be considered? That's all we need to answer here.
I think we're all in agreement on that.
Mm-hmm.
I think the regional base makes very makes sense to me. Yeah.
Okay, then the second point is the clover-based pasture, and it's a similar argument here. Is that also, do we agree that there could also be an alternative pathway?
This is the part, I don't have that much experience to go for it 100%. But if it's clover-based pasture, yes. There are some species for clover, they don't have a high nitrogen fixation. And we need to to be careful to highlight, should be with those specific clover species, because there are some clover species, they are not strong on the nitrogen fixation.
Ruth?
I agree with the alternate approach for the clover-based pasture systems. Is it possible to scroll down a little bit to see the whole text?
Yeah, that's the point here.
Yeah.
I have a question just as I think about this. How do you calculate nitrogen removed from a pasture system? Is it the animal foraging? And then I'm not sure actually if I've run into that before. It seems complicated to calculate R.
Yep. I don't have any experience with it either. It might be, I might reach out to the North Coast Regional Water Board and State Water Board staff to see what we already know about pasture systems. I actually heard yesterday at a meeting that pasture might already be exempt. I'm going to follow up on that comment and report back.
And that would only be irrigated pastures, right, that would be included in this
Yes.
program?
Yes, that's my understanding.
I have one comment to a sentence here under this bullet point. It reads, consequently, the applied minus removed nitrogen, A minus R for these systems is generally expected to remain below 50 pounds per acre threshold used within the regulatory framework to indicate potential nitrogen management concern. I think it's not a very strong point to make here because the numbers are so low because we do not account for the nitrogen fixed and on the other hand, nitrogen sequestered in soil organic matter is not included. So the A minus R for these permanent legume systems is not a good measure. So I'm wondering whether we should just remove that sentence here. Everything else, the low fertilization, the high removal, I agree with that. Just this sentence, I think it does not make much sense to me, or it's not really correct.
Yeah. I would agree. I think these legume systems are really hard to put into these numbers. And it gets even harder when you have animals on them.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
Okay, do we have other suggestions, or Thomas? What else should we?
If you scroll down, let me actually just make my note here.
While you're looking at that, going back to that footnote 33, could we put it like a summary in the beginning and then put the whole footnote down in the below? Because there's
I
a
can
lot
give
of
it a try.
detail.
Yeah, I can give that a try. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
thank you.
If you scroll down to the part on the nursery and floral industry,
Mm-hmm.
I kind of mashed up a few things that we had in there before. So the floral industry, we now have the panel heard several presentations on nursery and floral industry production systems and their challenges measuring ANR. This is an area with high need for additional research on understanding applied nitrogen, removed nitrogen, nitrogen pathways, best management practices, and appropriate, affordable, and effective monitoring systems. Relevant from a hydrogeological perspective, the California nursery and floral industry stands out from other agricultural production systems by its small footprint relative to other agricultural industries. It covers less than 150,000 acres, about 2,800 operations, and I have the reference in there. Given their size, the focus of research must be on understanding influxes at the scale of individual operations or clusters of operations, that is, considering to understand the total influxes at a scale of not less than 40 to 80 acres. For reasons explained in this would be the modeling chapter, more granular accounting requirements would unlikely be useful or needed to control groundwater nitrate impacts. Do you have any comments on that? Does that capture what do you think we heard?
Gudu?
I think the first bullet point that says applied nitrogen at the nursery scale requesting for high need for additional research. My understanding from the presentation that Bruno and Jerry gave was they have some idea of how much is applied, but the removal is the complicated part of that equation. Yeah, that was my understanding of that, Thomas. I don't know if you're referring to a different application, a research for different application here.
No, so you're saying that they actually do know, based on the presentations we've heard, how much nitrogen goes into the nursery.
how much is being applied, but the
Yeah, okay.
complication is how much is being removed. I mean, they give some numbers and some percentages of what is actually gone, what goes to the consumer. About 3% goes to leaching, and I think a lot of gaseous losses. But they also, I think they're clear on what is applied.
I agree. I
So
think
you're
at the nurse,
you're suggesting to remove that first bullet?
Yeah, I don't think we
Applied?
need more research on what is
Okay.
applied.
Okay. Okay,
And I
I can do
agree
that.
that you need to know where's the nitrogen going after it's applied.
Yeah.
And there's differences, a lot of, depending what they're growing, they may put a lot of nitrogen injected in the irrigation water. Other times, like big, large containers, they're doing slow release fertilizer, and it really changes the dynamics of where that nitrogen's going. Whether they're fertigating or are using slow release or control release right in the pots. So, and that study from Bruno is just one study. I think you need more studies. I was sort of surprised when he said the atmospheric losses were as high as they were. And that's might make sense if you're just doing controlled release fertilizer and pellets. You're putting it, right on the soil surface. That makes sense. But if it was fertigated, and going through the sprinklers and you got a lot of runoff, I'd say a huge portion of the nitrogen applied is just running off the site.
So if I add to that third bullet, nitrogen pathways out of the nursery, surface runoff, groundwater leaching, atmospheric losses, I add to that sentence as a function of what and how nitrogen is applied. So I hear you say that these pathways are going to be a very strong function of when, how, and what nitrogen is applied in the nursery.
Yeah, that's correct.
Is that correct? Okay, I will add that then. Any other comments on the nursery part before we move to the organic growing practices?
Ruth has raised her hand.
I agree with those changes. And I wonder what everyone thinks of the best management practices bullet, because it does seem like there's already a lot of work done on best management practices, and maybe the needs are not as much for research as for disseminating those or encouraging those, because there was that document already on best management practices that was mentioned in the presentation. So I don't know if more work is needed on that, but it does seem like the industry has a sense of what the best management practices are. And I agree with that. The pathways out of the nursery seems like the more important thing to prioritize for research.
Yeah, I can remove that if everybody else agrees.
I agree with Ruth. That's exactly right. Yeah.
And one suggestion I have is these bullet points are really suggestion for additional research. Would you mind if we move that to that section 5.1, where Hannah and Guru are going to summarize all the need for research? Would you mind, Thomas, if we move that out of question 9 and into that special section about needs for research and label it for nurseries? This is what we need.
Yeah.
Great. I'm scrolling down to the...
I have one comment, Daniel. The last bullet point that Thomas had there on monitoring above, back in the nurseries, if you scroll up, the one on appropriate, affordable and effective monitoring systems, I think that's a very great point to have, particularly in the nurseries where they have the lining. I don't think this particular point needs more research. So I think it should just be a recommendation that they should be monitoring systems to inform on actual potential groundwater nitrate impacts. But I don't think the point itself requires research, because the subtitle above is sort of research, additional research and understanding that.
So you're saying that we already know how to monitor this, it just needs to be done?
I think that, yeah, we should just have a recommendation for monitoring to be done at the systems, and not a recommendation that there should be research done on monitoring.
Uh-huh.
Ali, you raised your hand.
Yes, I think, Thomas, do you agree to eliminate and pesticide? Because we never said about pesticide in this report, and now perhaps it's the first time. Just nitrate?
Pesticides are in. Do I have pesticides somewhere here?
Yes. You have or potential groundwater nitrate, parentheses, and pesticide. Perhaps you can eliminate that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Ruth?
One very minor point in the first sentence, it says challenges with measuring A and R. It sounds like the challenges are more with R rather than A. Should we leave A in, or were there specific challenges with measuring nitrogen applied that were mentioned?
I would agree with you, Ruth. That makes sense.
Great. Shall we move to the point about organic system?
So that's going to be again one that mentions research. I'm just going to read it out quickly. Some organic growing practices may have little risk for nitrate leaching, particularly on low and demanding crops. However, relevant studies on the impact of organic farming on groundwater quality are currently lacking. Similarly, studies on appropriate measurement and monitoring, as well as appropriate best management practices in organic farming systems, specifically linked to the risk for groundwater nitrate pollution, are also lacking. The research needs for organic farming systems with respect to their potential for groundwater pollution and on appropriate measures and monitoring systems to reduce or avoid nitrate leaching are similar to those for the nursery and floral production industry. However, the scale of organic farming systems is over an order of magnitude larger, with about 1.8 million acres of agricultural lands in organic farming systems, producing $12 billion in sales. Within this industry, however, a large number of very small producers, smaller than 40 to 80 acres, exist, to which the discussion on small and diversified farming systems in question 8 applies. Any comments on that? Maybe this is something that could be largely moved to the research, or would be also covered by the research part. Or some of these pieces could be moved to research and then just referred to from here.
I think, yeah, that's a good point. So Hannah and Ngodu, if you could have a look at that and see what you can move there, or how you would like to incorporate it in that section. Ruth, sorry.
That's all right. Could I suggest that in the first sentence with the lower risk for nitrate leaching, could we also add the soil management practices with organic inputs that are associated with more immobilization of nitrogen as compared to synthetic fertilizers. I know there's people on this call that know a lot more about that than I do, but would that be appropriate to add something about just the difference between systems where highly soluble synthetic fertilizer is applied versus nitrogen inputs that are tied up with organic matter and are released more slowly over time and are more immobilized?
Anna?
Is that,
Sorry.
go ahead, Hannah.
No, go ahead, Thomas.
I was wondering, so as far as I understand it, to me, there is certified organic farming systems. And then there is management practices to improve the leaching, that is, reduce the leaching of nitrogen, where you may use organic amendments that will immobilize some of the otherwise leachable nitrogen. And to me, those are like two different things. And what in this point here, speaking to suggesting that an industry be potentially looked at for alternative compliance pathways, to me, this would exclusively apply to organic farming systems and not to practices in standard farming systems that incorporate some of these organic materials. That's, to me, that's a difference. It goes into a different place.
I guess
I
just to
agree.
note that there's a high degree of correlation, though, between the organic systems and those practices.
Right.
Although I agree with you, it's not across the board.
I think we already discussed these practices in question 7. My impression is we keep it there, and here we just more general talk about organic growing practices. And of course, most of the fertilizer and amendments that are applied mineralize nitrogen because they are needed as fertilizer. So organic growers don't tend to apply organic materials that immobilize nitrogen because their crops are often already nitrogen limited.
Mm-hmm.
Hannah, you have a comment? You're mute. So okay, then let's go to Ngudu.
Thomas, I'm wondering, so for organic farms, are you recommending an alternative reporting or assessment? The sort of the first bullet point above this asks for assessments for this different one. So are you recommending an assessment here or alternative reporting for these growers that have organic practices?
So it goes back to the main bullet that we've heard arguments made that some industries could potentially be considered for alternative pathways. I'm not saying that we recommend that they are that alternative pathways be developed for them. The recommendation is that we have heard enough evidence that it may be feasible to develop alternative pathways. We don't make a recommendation that they should be developed, but we would say of all the industries, these may warrant an alternative pathway once, and so they warrant that somebody spends time to look into whether or not that is warranted and feasible. And here's some of the materials and the research that's done on these. And this would include the wine grape vineyards, alfalfa, legume-based pasture, nursery industry, and organic farming or organic farms. So we're not saying that they have to have an alternative pathways. We're saying there is a potential here pending further research for developing alternative pathways for these types of farms or industries. These would be promising candidates to do something like that. Maybe after some more research, whereas others probably not.
That's helpful. Thanks.
Hi everyone.
Anna?
I'm having trouble for some. I can unmute now, but I can't show my video. That's all I want. So before I couldn't unmute, but I could show my video. I just wanted to get help with that.
But so you still have your hand raised.
No,
Do you have a comment, or is that already passed?
no, I just wanted access to the microphone and video. I don't know what's happening. Well, I can just keep my video off and I'll lower my hand and unmute as I need.
Yeah, that works.
I think Ruth is first.
Ruth, you have a comment?
Well, if I could make a couple suggestions on the current text, could we at least refer to the other discussion and the other question about the management practices that are more about organic amendments, just because a lot of organic growers are using those? If it's appropriate to just reference it. And then I think the sentence about the research needs being similar to those for the nursery and floral production industry, I wonder if it's actually different needs, because it's more about what's going on below ground with different processes of mineralization or mobilization, and uptake and all those things. Whereas in nursery system, it's in pots above ground. I think it's actually very different research needs about the nitrogen cycle in organic systems.
Yeah, let me try to carve that out a little bit more. I totally agree with you. What I had, where I sort of brushed it under the same, sort of into the same bin, is that both farming systems, as different as they are systems where we just know it's very hard, and I apologize, that comes sort of from a modeling perspective. It's very hard to wrap your head around quantitatively on these pathways in which nitrogen then leaves these systems or gets stored in these systems. And in the nurseries, it's the pots that get moved around and the plant material that gets moved around. And in the organic farming system, it's really in the soil where we have so little understanding. And there is I'm not aware of much research that actually looks at nitrate leaching from organic farming systems into groundwater.
Richard?
Yeah, so I agree with Thomas about his comments about organic farming. I think, although it turns out organic farming systems, like if I'm just thinking about vegetables, there's kind of different approaches, and they might vary in terms of the amount of risk of nitrate leaching that occurs. And so the need for research is really quite great, even though one of the, thinking about like, some of the people who like do all of the organic practices with cover crops and composting and soil building, and then they barely put on any fertilizer to even grow vegetables. You would have to be very imaginative to think that those systems are leaching much nitrogen, if any. Whereas other strategies that are used in organic farming might have more risk, but even there, the risk is probably kind of low. But like you said, we do need kind of like good research projects to really answer those questions. But I agree with the comments that this is a system that might warrant an alternative pathway for sure.
I would say that if you're going to explore that, you'd want to know what are the important practices in organic production that would make it low risk. So because we see organic farming that definitely is causing nitrate leaching in vegetables, and it's more like they are certified for organic, but run it like conventional systems.
I wasn't gonna get as specific as that. But
Yeah, right. And so, and I didn't see anything on vineyards here, but the vineyard, I think I mentioned the vineyards have that SIP program or had it where, that means sustainable in practice. And then they would be audited and make sure they're following those practices. And in that case, then they could qualify for some regulatory,
Mhm.
I guess, not a free pass, but less regulatory burden. And I would think you'd have to do the same with organic. If they were doing
Yeah.
these key practices, then it would almost be like a little coalition in itself. Then they could maybe qualify for a little less regulation. But we probably still want to know what they're applying and what's being removed.
Yeah.
And I think that like the way I see it, the exception, one of the reasons you want to do the exceptions is when it's so difficult to measure A or R. Right? For the nurseries, R is really difficult. Or they have very little impact on the groundwater. And it's well established.
But then isn't the same in an organic farming system? You have a fairly large A if you look at the organic nitrogen that's being applied relative to what you're removing. And then the question is what happens to that difference in the organic farming system? Some of it goes into building soil organic matter. There might be more gaseous losses than in conventional systems. But then do we know how much less or more is going to groundwater from those systems?
I think that would have to be shown if they wanted to apply for an alternative pathway. I think these questions would need to be answered, and we probably don't know all the
and that's
answers yet.
that's kind of the point of this paragraph, to say,
Uh-huh.
look, this might be a system where it may be worth to do an alternative compliance, but we just don't know enough about it. There really needs to be more literature review, more research done to develop that pathway if that's desirable. I think it's just acknowledging the fact that these are systems we know little about. They're difficult to account for, and it's worth looking into doing that research and then potentially alternative compliance under certain conditions, as you say, Michael. What that looks like, I don't feel qualified to make specific recommendations other than pointing out this would be a system to look at.
Ruth?
It might be helpful to name in the beginning of this question some of the practices that are related to more soil health, soil conservation. Another label that might be helpful is the regenerative organic label that CCOF now has. That's a certification that includes soil health. So it's not just an organic source of nitrogen, which might be more soluble and isn't building soil health, but it includes that suite of regenerative soil practices. So there might be ways of being able to make categories for within the large spectrum of organic fertilizer practices, which are the ones that really are more about building soil organic matter and that would be associated with lower leaching over time. And I think that, it's an interesting question of the amount applied. I think it does get mineralized, but how fast it gets mineralized is a important question. And it certainly is much slower than synthetic fertilizers over time. So I think it's worth looking at in that regard.
Well, I know Eric Brennan did a very interesting study looking at trying to do the nitrogen budget on his organic farming operation there. I could think over 8 years, they kind of measured every ounce of nitrogen input and removal and everything. And unfortunately, there was a proportion of the nitrogen that was not unaccountable for. And so that is kind of interesting. I mention it just because there is a lot we don't know, and it just points to the importance of doing, the importance of doing this research. And the other aspect that points to the importance of doing this research is that the organic industry is growing. In Monterey County, we had almost, well, a couple of years ago, almost $1 billion in organic value. It was 25% of our value. So it is an important industry that we really that has, I think, glaring questions, of things that we really don't know. The soil is in measuring and accounting for nitrogen. It points to the difficulties with that. It's not as easy as you might think it should be.
So I think I agree that we should include it as as a organic practices as have the potential for alternative pathway, but we probably shouldn't go too much into detail. And really, if somebody considered it to move forward, then all these questions will come up. But Hannah, you raised your hand too.
Yes, I can unmute myself and show my face at the same time now.
Welcome back.
Thank you. A couple of things. I wonder, with some of the work that was presented by UC Davis, Eric Porce, and Divya, I believe his name was, if that is something that they could look into, because my understanding was that the Central Valley has management practices, but I don't know how in-depth those go to. And then the other thing is, I don't know if it would be helpful, but I'm happy to share some data on residual nitrate at harvest at the end of the season across 28 organic fields that were managed. There's a huge gradient of management, and I could share that potentially with you all. And it does just show a huge, I think as Michael and maybe Richard pointed out, you can be organic and just have input substitution and pretty much run like a conventional. And so we have kind of that breadth of farms. And they do have a lot of variability in the residual nitrate at the end of the season. Some really, below 30 pounds and some a lot higher.
Well, wouldn't be surprised coming, from manure managed, having worked in manure managed systems, which that's an organic system as well in so many ways. What I would like to ask you all is, a lot of this should be in, and that's what I have at the end of this, is basically a reference section where we can put a lot of these publications, data, et cetera, in. I think if we can sort of, with the knowledge we have and with what was presented to us throughout these meetings, if we can put this into a little library here that can help jumpstart these efforts when and if regional board or the State Water Board takes that up, I think that would be really helpful. And that could include, if you have publications on your 28 fields, Hannah, that could include that, or even a presentation on that, or a white paper. I think any and all would go, and I'll work with State Water Board staff to see that we can call out the presentations and the materials that were provided as part of these proceedings to the degree that refer to these farming systems, and put those materials here as well, so that knowledge doesn't get lost. I think
My
anything we
suggestion-
can put forward here would be great, and we put it into the reference section.
My suggestion would be, we already have a section with references that's actually following question 9. My suggestion would be include all these references there, but cite them in the text here. But not have a reference section here and then again for the rest of the report. Otherwise,
I
we
see what
may
you're
end
saying.
up with a lot of different sections with references. I would like to have them all in one place, but mention
Yeah.
them in the text so that people can find them or look them up on the next page, basically, because I believe that's what's following. No, it is later
No,
after the modeling
I
section, but I'd like to have them all together and not in references in different places.
I don't want to do that, Daniel, because I don't want to have to go through all the presentations and all the papers that potentially could be used to support or not support an alternative compliance and have to summarize them in a half sentence so I can then cite them. Does that make sense? I would like to have a library, and maybe it needs to be an appendix as opposed to be a reference, but that reference section below, I would like to generate a library from what has been presented, because we have heard so much on organic farming systems. We've heard so much on nursery systems, so that it's readily available and can be picked up by whoever is going to pick up this question next on alternative compliance pathways, and have them already sorted by these farming systems. And I totally understand what you're saying. You want to have one reference section for the report. I think of this as a separate resource, and so perhaps it needs to be an appendix to the report, but it needs to be, I would like to make this a fairly comprehensive collection of materials, whether it's white papers or presentations or publications or data sets, that can help jumpstart that next level of research on these particular farming systems. It could be also papers on, regulatory programs that are done elsewhere on these farming systems, or maybe already within the state. But have all of these references listed specifically to these farming systems en bloc, and make that available as such. And what I hear you say, don't put it here in the question, put it as an appendix. Would that work for you, Daniel?
Yeah, appendix works, but that's a lot of work. I mean, especially organic systems. I mean, there's ton of research out there.
And I'm not saying to actually do the literature review. I'm saying to the degree that you already have this at the top of your head. Here's some publications that I think need to go into wine grape systems, or here's some white papers I know for, Ruth just mentioned the best management practices in regenerative farming. So let's, if you can put what references or what papers or what materials there might be into that list, maybe with websites, that would be great. And then I'm going to work with staff to take the presentations and materials that have been submitted to this proceedings, and sort of put them in there, and would like to ask for your help to then quickly look through whether the categorization is appropriate. And then just leave it at this. This is not meant to be a comprehensive literature review on all of these systems. I just want to make sure that the things that we can provide quickly from where we respectively come from in our expert knowledge is captured here, and that the expertise that was presented in the proceedings of this panel also being captured here and readily available for the institution or person that makes that next step on this, if that next step happens.
Okay, yeah, that works. Just one thing we discussed in the morning, we thought it would be good to have an appendix where we list all the presentations we heard. So that will be included already. But then, yes, you can refer to some of them in that library.
Yeah.
That works.
I think I'm sort of leaning towards Daniel's idea of just having everything in one section and then citing, unless you have a huge list of papers, but it's like 4 or 5, you can cite it in a few sentence for organic, sentence for vineyards, or even presentations. And if we have the presentations already in appendix, you could actually cite specific presentations by the speaker. Just make it nice and tidy there. I mean, you could do the
And,
appendix, but it's
yeah.
sort of
Can I ask that we try to put this together and then make a decision whether we want to move this just into references and mention the references in the text, or whether we actually leave it as a separate resource?
We can start with that, yeah. Okay, I see Ali, you have raised your hand quite a while ago, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Well, during your nice discussion, I had a chance to look at my data about the question and can answer the question now. So about the nitrate N in the alfalfa soils, the top 6 fields, I checked 10 fields during different time over the last 2 years. So it's changed between non-detected to 3.9 part per millions.
This is in the top 3 feet?
The top 2 feet.
This is total N in the top 2 feet?
Nitrate N, yes, the nitrate.
Yeah.
But the average stand, or the majority stand between 1.5 to 3 part per millions.
Great, yeah, that's definitely very low.
But
Do we
you
have
have
all the-
not, you don't measure leaching per se below the root zone.
Well, the root zone is about 2 meters.
Yeah.
For these.
It's hard to measure. It's hard to measure below 2 meters.
It's hard.
Very aware of that.
And there was no intention actually for alfalfa field to measure it,
Yeah.
Ollie, was that in the pore water, or was that in the, were those like KCl extracts or soil extracts?
The soil samples we sent to the lab.
Okay.
The nitrogen.
Thank you. Other comments or suggestions? Or Thomas, do you have enough to incorporate what we discussed into question 9?
Yeah, I think I do.
Well, Thomas, the last part.
The next part. So we can go. So there's
The region part.
Yeah, we can go to the next bullet, which is the part that you suggested, Ali. Regions with no or negligible current or foreseeable future groundwater use, whether in domestic, commercial irrigation, or public water supply wells, typically due to already poor water quality conditions. The panel recommends that the state water actively pursue the removal of drinking water and other uses from the beneficial use designation of these groundwater areas, called de-designation. For example, in the low desert region, where the Colorado River serves as the sole water source, groundwater does not contribute to potable water systems or irrigation. Therefore, agricultural nitrogen application are not expected to impact drinking water. That's,
Karen may
I
have
think, what you had. And I was going to say, I'm sure the State Water Board has comments on this and would be good to hear.
I believe, yes.
Yes, I will say that, and this is Karen Mogus, you're solidly in the policy realm and way out of your lane in this bullet, in my opinion.
Ali,
There's a lot more to be considered when designating or de-designating a water, particularly as a source of drinking water.
Yeah, I'm very aware of that. So the question then, Ali, is do we just remove this bullet?
Oh, you mean which part? Just removal of
The entire bullet.
Hmm. It's up to the panel. So we should not talk about, you know, these regions, I think.
What Karen is suggesting, that this is really outside of the question that we're asked, because the removal or the consideration of whether or not a groundwater basin is, you know, can be de-designated from drinking water use is a much broader question, and it's not one for us to consider whether or not a groundwater basin should be de-designated. Basically, we haven't been asked which groundwater basins in California should be removed from designation of drinking water as beneficial use. That was not the question.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, but you know, we identify, you know, that region, at least there is no impact of agricultural water quality or practices to drinking water, you know, that's our identification. I don't know how we want to deal, or it's
Karen,
just,
do you want to respond to that? And in
Sure.
terms of, I mean, you said, you know, there's more to consider in terms of saying some region has no impact on drinking water than what we have available or what we have discussed in our proceedings so far.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more, just the notion that we would be recommending a regional board de-designate Mune from a groundwater basin, especially knowing that while this bullet says Colorado River water is the only source, we all know what's going on in the Colorado River right now. And I'll just say I've gotten some, I mean, we're encouraging more and more groundwater recharge activities, and I think Region 7 is no exception. And so I just would steer you away from the policy recommendations that this represents.
Ruth?
If we wanted to leave it in, could we reword this so that it doesn't have the policy recommendation, but mentions whatever information we have, and then leaves it up to the water board? I think either we could take it out or we could reword it so that it doesn't have that de-designation policy recommendation. That's beyond our scope.
What I'm wondering, Ali, is do you have, I mean, it seems to me it would need to be an extensive report to show that there is, well, I don't know, maybe it's a simple report, but what I hear from Karen, it might be more extensive than we think it is, that there is no, you know, that in that region, there is no impact on drinking water because all the drinking water
well, I think,
comes from sources other than groundwater. Is there a report that actually summarizes that knowledge?
well, of course, you know, there are more documents on that. So I think I had a very comprehensive discussion last time about the three, you know, district or valleys we have. In Imperial, there is no even one single wells, even observation wells, to be impacted, to take some samples to see what's going on with the water quality. Because the irrigation district and growers, basically there is no wells and no use of groundwater. When it goes to Palo Verde, the same. The Colorado River is the only source. The only valleys we have groundwater use is Coachella Valley. And I mentioned, there are some, very well documented. It shows the hydrology of the groundwater in Coachella Valley. So again, very deep aquifer. The groundwater comes from that and goes mostly to, golf course, irrigation, not for actually potable water or those kind of irrigation use. So I think very well documented, at least Imperial, there is, I think we don't need document for Imperial because it's, very clear things. There is no wells in this valley at all. And there is just surface water from Colorado River. The same Palo Verde, except Coachella.
I think, Ali, we should steer away from this point because we don't want to recommend policy like that. And you don't know what the future use of groundwater will be. It could be polluted now or no one's using it now, but it's a resource and it might be something we need in the future. So I think it's the regional boards there in those regions to make that decision, not this panel.
And Ali, I'm looking at the DWR well completion reports, and you're right, there are very, very few wells in both Palo Verde Valley and Imperial Valley, but there are domestic wells that at least are listed in that database. So we can't say that there are absolutely no wells.
Well, I agree with that. This is what the report and the regional board asked from the coalition. And the coalition, over the last 1 year, at least they are working on that. And they couldn't find those wells at all.
Mm-hmm.
I hope one of the coalition member is here. I don't know if they can talk about. They couldn't find those wells they reported in the WR.
Kudu has a comment.
Please.
I was going to make the same point about from a Sigma perspective, where there's some of these basins within Riverside and San Bernardino actually medium priority basins, and there are wells in those regions. There are fewer wells, but there are some wells in those regions. But I also don't know the answer if those wells are drilled for drinking water purposes or if it's solely irrigation. Because some people use their wells for dual purposes. But Ali, I was going to ask, what you're describing for Imperial, is that the same thing you're saying in Riverside and San Bernardino, some of the parts that are in the region 7 map?
Is different.
It's different.
It's entirely different. They have groundwater a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's entirely different from specifically Imperial, there is no, even though the DWR reported, but the coalition couldn't find those wells to take samples even.
So basically this question is about alternative reporting. So what about if some are just wrote in regions with no natural or current or foreseeable future groundwater use, whether in domestic, commercial irrigation or public supply wells, typical due to already poor water quality conditions, alternative reporting pathways can be considered. That would include the regions, Ali, you're talking about, and is within the scope of the question. These could be candidates for alternative reporting.
I like that idea, Daniel.
Yeah.
I think that
Should
Yeah.
work.
Thanks. Thomas, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that can be done. I think we're basically pointing, and I think we can mention Imperial Valley and Palo Verde Valley specifically. And then what that means or how that looks like, that's a policy question.
But just focus on alternative reporting requirements. That's a desire in the region. We have two more points here, the goal of assessment, potentially low risk crops, and what presenters. Do we have other comments about these two bullet points? Ruth?
I just have one additional comment. I know at the beginning of this question, it references the existing options for alternate reporting in the East San Joaquin order. And there is some language in those categories that strongly suggests that there's difficulties in reporting R for those systems, but that eventually the goal is for everyone to report R. And I wonder if it would be helpful to note here that as we've noticed elsewhere, that there may be some systems where it actually doesn't make sense to eventually report R, or that an effective method using just nitrogen applied could be developed. If others think that that would be useful, I just wanted to note that because I feel like for some of the other systems we've been talking about, it seems like it would be great to have an alternate reporting system that would be more long-term. And is that something that we could note either here or in question 8 for those, especially the diversified systems where R is going to be always very difficult to calculate, and it may be difficult to get that in place in the near future? Like, is there anything else we could add about that, or is it already taken care of? Maybe that's just a question for panelists.
We would have to go back to question 8, but I have the impression it's pretty well covered there, or at least what I remember from question 8. I really liked it. So
well,
I don't know if we have to include it here again, or move something to question 9. That may be an option.
Either way, question 9 specifically references those exceptions or alternate reporting requirements that are allowed, and question 8 is more about, are there reduced water quality impacts from those systems? So I think taking into account the regulatory burden as well as the difficulty in reporting R, maybe we could either add a small bullet point here that also references question 8, or we could add something to question 8 if there's support for adding something like that.
If I may, I'm thinking of this paragraph as applying to essentially all the 4 or 5 farming systems that are mentioned in the sub-bullets above, as a sort of as a summary of what we mean by alternative compliance. And I don't know that I want to be specific on what it means, what a lower reporting requirement actually looks like, or what it means, other than saying it really only makes sense to go through the hoops of developing an alternative compliance or an exception if at the end of the day there is a substantially different compliance program.
Right.
And it can't be just about minute differences in how you report R or how you report A, or how the INMP is done. It would just be something where it's actually making a clearly different program as the rice program in the Central Valley.
I see. So the alternate pathways that currently exist for small diversified farms, that you see that as outside of this question. Is that correct?
So if there is already alternative pathways for small farms, then that they already exist and they're there. We're not saying that they should be any different. This is basically if there's new alternative pathways that are going to be developed for other farming systems, then it'll be worth it if it leads to substantially lower reporting requirements. But if it doesn't, then there's no point. And I wouldn't it be specific to small farms or organic farms or alfalfa. It would be it would be more as a summary statement with respect to all of them if there was an alternative program developed.
Right. I think what I'm trying to get at is that in our language here, we are recommending alternate compliance programs without sort of a sunset or a threshold of when they might not be alternative anymore, but be more mainstream along with all the other reporting. And in the existing requirements for small diversified farms have some language that says that the alternative pathway would eventually go away and be rolled into the larger mainstream pathway. So my question is, if we are recommending alternative compliance programs for these farms and these crops to be considered, it sounds like that would just be the pathway defined for a while versus with some sort of an end date where it wouldn't exist anymore. So that's my question the question is set up to indicate that the alternate compliance pathways already exist. But the language in the East San Joaquin General Order is more limited in terms of how long that could last. So that's why I wonder, could we include those farms just as a recommendation for maybe there is a better alternate pathway that could be more stable over time versus a very temporary pathway?
I hadn't even thought about the temporary pathways. You're saying there's temporary pathways because R is currently difficult to determine.
Right. But
I
it's
had
always
not,
going to be difficult.
Yeah. So I had not thought about anything as being temporary. I had thought of these alternative compliance pathways as permanent alternative compliance pathway, much as it is in the rice right now.
That makes sense.
And or how it is for they do mention in the water boards already give discretion to the water boards were given discretion as it is in the explained in the note from the board, the additional information. They already have discretion to have alternative requirements for certain groups, including areas with limited nitrogen impacts, diversified socially disadvantaged growers, and growers who do not operate more than 20 acres. That's already explicitly there. I don't think we need to change anything on that.
But the language for those categories states that over time they would be expected to get out of the alternative compliance pathway and join the mainstream compliance pathway. That's what I wonder.
May I make a suggestion, Ruth, to read footnote 33, and then if you think something more is needed, add that as a comment so we can discuss the wording or your suggestion next time?
Sure. Yeah, definitely. I know we're getting close to 3:30, so yeah, I'm happy to I'll send that. I'll definitely take your suggestion. Thank you.
So, Thomas, can you revise this or make some revisions on this answer to question 9?
Yeah.
So my question is, should I incorporate the response as it is into the main report and then you make your suggestions there, or do you want to work on your document first and then we will incorporate it after the next meeting? What do you prefer?
When do you make your document? I can get this back to you in the next 24 hours.
Okay, yeah, that would work. And I promised to clean up the main document by the end of the week so that all of you have it, and then you can all submit comments to the water board team and to Sam, just basically the same way we did it for all the individual questions, and then that would be our discussions for next time.
That sounds good. I'll send this to you in the next 24 hours.
Oh, that's great. Thank you very much. Then just one more question for you, Thomas. You had a look at the sections that deal with modeling. What is your impression? Does it make sense to move them all to a special modeling section, the the section 6.
Yeah, I had sent Sam a list. Well, I sent a highlighted document where I sort of picked out some pieces that I could put into a modeling section. It would not be a very long section. What I could see is that in the modeling section, quote unquote, it would basically talk about these different, it would actually again talk a lot about what you talk about in the background, which is the different parts of the nitrogen balance. So maybe it needs to be there, maybe it needs to be in the background instead. I could have a very short modeling section that talks about some of the modeling purposes that's dispersed throughout the document.
I think that would be great.
The question is, how do we call it out of your report? Do you want me to make edits to your report when you're done in this, on this next round? And then I call it out and make specific suggestions on how to restructure your report. That might be the best. That might be the easiest. It's not easy, but it's the easiest.
I think so. Yeah, the report the revised report you will have access to in a few days. Then you could start moving things or in track changes modes, deleting things from individual questions and pasting them in the modeling section, and there you can revise it so that it makes sense. And if the sections, I just added a few sections, I think that was based on your suggestions, but if you want to restructure it, feel free to do anything with that modeling section.
I mean, if Sam can share what I sent him with the highlights in your current draft report, you could consider that, and maybe you can take a first whack at just moving all that out into the modeling section, and then I'll take it from there.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
And that is incorporated into the document. It might not look like highlighted. I think we have comment bullets or comment bubbles that highlight it instead of the yellow, but we tried to combine it all into one document.
Yeah.
I'm just showing that document, and I'm just trying to find a section that you highlighted, but it's all there. So I can actually move that, and then you can, once you have the next version of the report, you can revise it in the modeling section.
Yep, exactly.
Erica, I think
Erica has a comment.
I was just going to ask Thomas, when you send the revisions or the revised response to question 9, if you could make sure it's a totally clean document, like no comments to anybody or track changes, just a clean file, because those are easy to distribute and work with immediately, whereas ones with comments are more difficult.
Yep, I can do that.
So one thing I need to add, and I hope that's not a problem with Erica, we discussed in the main report, we discussed all the way to question 1, but we have comments after question 1. So in the next version, I'm not going to touch on them. So these will still be there. Is that okay if it's not a clean version, what I send you at the end of the week?
Yeah, I believe as long as you don't add to them or change anything, and this is the version that we all talked about today, then it's okay for those to stay in the way they are.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
As a general rule, if it's been discussed in a public meeting and presented, you're okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, Sam, are the next points? Or
well, I know we have some public comment in a few minutes here, but the last thing that we wanted to discuss with all of you is, given the in-depth discussion you've had throughout the day, how are you all feeling about the schedule itself? We have suggested that a goal could be to wrap up a draft report by the end of January, with the intention of providing a public draft document for public comment in February. Once it goes out to public comment, it's kind of pencils down while that's out for comment. It doesn't mean that additional revisions can't be made after the fact. But that was one thing that we've suggested at past meetings, and we just wanted to get everybody's feelings based on the discussion today and your understanding of the process so far, how you're feeling about it, whether you think that's a reasonable assumption, or if you all think you really just need more time. So we wanted to spend just a couple of minutes talking about that and getting your thoughts.
We have two more, the 21st and the 29th.
Could you describe a little bit about what the process is for incorporating public comment and how much time there is for that once the public comment period closes?
Sure. I don't know, Erica, if you want to, I have a general sense of it, but certainly welcome you as well.
Yeah, so we would release the document for public comment with a notice once you guys tell us it's ready, and after it's been, we have to make sure that it's accessible before we post it to our website. And then we would leave it open for a period of time. During that time, which will be at least 30 days, we will have a workshop where the public will be given an opportunity to provide verbal input and even dialogue if panel members are able to join and want to ask for clarification or speak to any of the comments. It's going to be a workshop, so there's, I think, an opportunity for dialogue there. And then we would close out the public comment period, hopefully within a couple weeks after that meeting. And then staff will compile all of the verbal comments and written comments that have been received. And you all will be given those as they were received, but you will also receive a file that organizes those public comments into categories and helps compile them and synthesize them so that you can digest them. But you'll be able to see them as they were given to us as well. And then you guys will have however much time you need to process those public comments and consider whether or not you need to revise the document. You do not have to respond to the comments. You just are considering if these comments change any of the recommendations or influence how you write those recommendations, and then you're allowed to make additional revisions to the document at that time. You may choose, it's your choice, if you would want to have a working group meeting to talk about the comments. You may also, through Daniel's guidance, split back up into groups to work on the response, how you consider those comments based off of the author groups. So you might repair with your original partner to consider comments on specific responses to questions. And then after you guys get to a point where you think you've decided that the document is now final and you've considered the comments, made the adjustments you want, there will be a final plenary meeting. And at that final plenary meeting, you guys would vote on and decide that you believe this document is final, that you all agree with what it entails. And then that would be, at that meeting, Daniel, Chair Geisler would present, the recommendations to everybody as part of the plenary. And that would conclude the process.
And just one addition on there, we sort of touched on it a little bit, but that would also be an opportunity for any dissenting opinions. If there are things that any of the panelists feel need to be changed or aren't reflected, that's why we would also document it. And I know in Daniel, in the draft version of the report, you have a section specifically on dissenting opinions. So it would be, everything would be captured in that.
And that would be the end of the process for the whole panel, but then Dr. Geisler would also be making a presentation to our board as sort of the final submission to state board as recommendations.
So with all that said, how are people feeling? Go to.
I have one question for Erica on the categories. Would that be arranged, the responses per question? Like, would the responses for question 1 be in maybe one folder and then question 2? That way the teams can go back and review those.
Yeah, as we are developing the public notice for releasing the document, we're trying to fit language in that requests that commenters assign the comment to a specific question if they can. There may be general questions and comments that are provided, but then to the extent that we're able to identify which question it goes with, we will organize them into that order for you.
Great, thank you.
So you guys have like essentially 6 hours left to work on the document together. And so if you think you could use another working group meeting, we could start planning for that. We'd need to poll you guys for sometime in mid-February. And that could be on the calendar, but you, like we talked about earlier, you could, if you didn't need it, we can cancel it, but then you'd have it. So if you're not sure, you might want to default to having the additional time, but if you feel pretty good because it seems close, then, you know, can see where you are after next week.
Hannah?
Yeah, just to take stock. So as noted, we have 6 hours of planned meetings. We got through a lot of the background and through question 1 on the final draft, and then we still need to kind of as a group go through questions 2 through 9 plus the appendices together. I'm curious if Daniel, you have a sense of like how hopeful you are that we would, you know, I mean, question 1 feels like to borrow Richard's phrasing, the meat of it. And so maybe those other questions will go more quickly, but what is the sense from the panel of being able to go through all those questions in 6 hours?
Question 1 has always been the most difficult one because it includes so many things. I think it would be worth just to schedule a meeting so that most of us or all of us can be available sometime mid-February if we don't need it, and we can finish on the 29th, even better, but probably schedule one and then see how it goes. Ruth?
I agree. I think that takes some pressure off. And I think just given the high degree of public engagement on these calls with 70 to 90 people deeply engaged in the conversation, I want to make sure we have room for also some public comment that would help inform our final, our draft before it goes out for public comment. So I support having an additional meeting if needed. And if not needed, that's fine too. Or if it's less than 3 hours, that's also fine.
Erika, is it possible to send out a doodle poll and ask for a time that would work?
Yep, we'll get on that right away. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, is there anything else before we go to public comments, or may I briefly summarize what we agreed to do until next time?
Yeah, please.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but Thomas, you will send a revised answer to question 9 to Sam and soon, so then I can incorporate it into the main document, and I will send out that main document or send it to Sam and the water board team by the end of the week. And then let's see, Mike and I agreed to have a look at the nursery, the section about nurseries, and move them a little bit around so that they are concentrated in question 8 and 9. Hannah and Ngudu agreed to create that research needs section and either copy or copy sections in paragraphs into that section or delete them and move them. And the same with best management practices, that would be Richard and Ali. And then Thomas, you will have a look at the modeling section, and also in track changes mode, either copy them into the modeling section and delete them, or just leave a short summary in the response to questions. there things we can do until the next
That's
before
correct.
the next meeting, and then everybody can send their version to Sam and the water board team, and then Sam will send it to all of us, and these will be the documents we discuss next time. And then we leave it up to Sam whether he wants to combine everything into one, or whether next time we will just discuss different versions, or because pretty much each of these versions will deal with different sections. So I think it's probably not going to be too confusing to have several documents, but we'll leave it up to you how adventurous you want to be.
Maybe we can touch base offline. It may make sense, to a couple of individuals mentioned, there are still a number of questions to get through to the final text. If you just focus on the questions at your next meeting and get as far through those as you can, then you'd have one opportunity to combine them and look at the report as a whole. But we can figure out the exact process offline. Yeah.
And then, of course, anybody who has a comment to a specific question in the revised report, send that to Sam too. And so then that's something you could probably combine, comments on questions to specific sentences or words or sections. Ruth?
And my question is about that last section that you just said. Is that on which document do we do that on? Are we waiting for a revised version before we make those comments that you just described?
Yes. So
Okay.
let's wait for a revised version. So then we will all work on the same document.
And that will come out, when is that coming out and when is it due?
I'll send it to Sam no later than Friday. So probably you should get it probably Monday before noon or so.
Okay.
Or even Friday.
We'll do
Martin
it
Luther King.
Monday is a
On
holiday, but we'll get it out. As soon as you send it to me, we'll collectively take a look at it and just make sure that it passes Bagley-Keene requirements and everything, get it out.
When do we need our comments back then?
Well, your next meeting is scheduled for the 21st, so right around the corner, this time next week. I would say kind of as soon as possible, but the main thing I think is being ready to discuss them in the meeting itself. If you don't have an opportunity for written comments, if you can at least review it and be ready to discuss it during the meeting on the 21st. But obviously, if you do have an opportunity to provide any written comments, please just get those in as quickly as possible. Again, Monday's a holiday. I know a lot of people are, I don't want to create an unrealistic expectation that that everyone's going to have an opportunity to provide written comment by then. But if you can at least commit to reviewing everything, I don't know, Daniel, if that kind of works for you. But, giving people 12 hours to review it and provide comments may not be possible. So yeah, if you can just plan to read through it, that would be wonderful.
I won't be here the next two meetings, so.
We did reschedule one around your availability.
Oh, okay.
The one on the 29th.
Oh, yeah, the 29th.
Yeah.
Good.
Mhm.
But I don't know if we can get the revised Friday.
As soon as I get it, I'll get it out. Yep.
I think it's not that much work, so I probably can send it to Sam and the waterboard team by Friday noon. So then
Get it right out.
hopefully you'll be able to send it to everybody on Friday afternoon. Okay.
Sure. Yep. All right.
Can I
You could use the microphone.
a quick double check, just because earlier today it sounded like maybe Ruth and Nguru was question 8, or is that happening in the revised compiled document?
I don't think we discussed that, so
Okay.
I'm going to make some suggestion about moving parts of nurseries either to question 8 or 9, and then Ruth and Nguru, if some of that you don't like it, then just submit a comment about it, or if you think more can be done. So we'll do it over comments and not revision by a team of the entire question in case of 8.
All right. Daniel, anything else on scheduling before we move to public comment?
Don't think so, no.
Okay. All right. So just real quickly, so we have a placeholder here. We have arrived at the point in the meeting where we would like to do a round of public comment. For those that have participated in a number of these meetings in the past, just as a quick reminder, we would ask that you keep your comments to no more than 3 minutes. Preference will be given to individuals who submitted a public comment request in advance of the meeting, according to the notice posted to the State Water Board Agricultural Expert Panel website. I also see a series of hands popping up, and as time allows, we will make every attempt to get to each one of those individuals as well. So when I call your name out, I'll go ahead and unmute you from my end. And we'll go ahead and go through it. Please note that just in the interest of time, I will be kind of keeping time on my end and provide reminders on when it's time to wrap up your comment. The first individual that we have in the queue today is Modibo Keita. Modibo.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Modibo Keita, and I work for Sustainable Conservation. Thank you for all of the work and discussion so far. We really appreciate your preference for the regional specificity of the permits, and we support the direction you're headed regarding small and diversified growers. We find value in how the panel has separated 3 categories of small farmers, like the small-scale common monoculture, small-scale niche or emerging crop, and small-scale diversified farms. We feel this will help each region parcel out discharges to right-size the permit for the burden of reporting and impact to water quality. Furthermore, we like the criteria that have been developed for the water boards to identify reduced-risk small farms and would like a simple clarification around that. You've mentioned a 2 crops minimum and 80-acre maximum in your response to question 8. Is this the proposed recommendation for the water board's definition or simply an example? We also support your deep consideration of best management practices such as compost and cover crops that influence the fate of nitrogen. Most recently, we appreciate the transfers framework used to describe the R-scavenged component in your response to question 7, as it applies to high carbon amendments and cover crops, and your support for crediting fall grown and legume cover crop mixes. Regarding adaptive management, there is significant research being conducted to understand the effectiveness of new practices, as evidenced by the presentations this panel has received, demonstrating how even AgWorder 4.0's incentives may have been too narrow to support practices that work on the Central Coast. Adaptive management principles are needed to ensure that permits continue to incentivize new practices as they are demonstrated to protect water quality. We feel the panel should make recommendations for how to ensure that the regional boards can be nimble in continuing to assess science and refine incentives like those in question 7. For example, updates to alternative A&R pathways could be included as part of the iterative process proposed in response to question 1. This would enable updates based on science and practice in a manner that does not require something as extensive as the modification of an order. Thank you for your time, dedication, and effort.
Thank you, Modibo. Next, we'll go to Kaya Rivers, followed by Corrine Gibson. Kaya.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Kaya Rivers. I'm a senior policy advocate at Community Water Center. I wanted to take the time today to thank the panel for continuing to share your expertise on nitrogen management and the commitment to develop some recommendations to the State Water Board on this topic. And I wanted to urge the panel to draft recommendations using your great technical and scientific expertise and really leave the policy and economic implications to the State Water Board. In reference to question 1, I urge the panel to clearly identify the final discharge limit that would prevent exceedances to water quality objectives and identify a limit which is solely based on what is needed to protect groundwater quality, while separating potential economic impacts to the agricultural industry from this recommendation. As you know, that meeting these final limits is possible, as seen in the Central Coast, where thousands of vegetable ranch acres are approaching or already meeting the final discharge target. Additionally, growers won't need to meet this final limit immediately, as progressive limits provide time for dischargers to meet this final limit, and also encourage innovation and the adoption of really great nitrogen management practices, such as the research that Dr. Muramoto shared last week about using ground almond shells to reduce nitrogen leaching. Furthermore, these progressive limits would be paired with progressive enforcement, starting with outreach and education in order to support growers, especially small farmers and disadvantaged farmers, to meet compliance, and then escalate to further enforcement actions such as notices of violation, individual compliance, and fines. I appreciate your recommendation to set an interim limit to reduce discharges from the largest dischargers. However, we cannot stop there. We also need interim limits for the rest of the dischargers who haven't met the final limit quite yet in order to make progress and have a successful irrigated lands regulatory program. I also appreciate the panel recognize that acreage data plays an important role in nitrogen management during the December 12th meeting, as acreage data is necessary to determine the expected nitrogen discharge reductions from setting limits for specific percentiles of dischargers, and that can also allow us to understand the impacts to small farmers, as seen from Mr. Prakash's research, which looked at small farmers' discharge rates on the Central Coast. CVC works alongside communities directly impacted by nitrate contamination, often with decades-long history of nitrate contamination, rising
You
nitrate
can please conclude your comment.
Yes, and nitrate levels 4 to 5 times at MCL. And this acreage data is crucial to ensure to communities that progress is being made towards safe drinking water. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Corrine Gibson, followed by Marty Richards.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your time and effort in going through this process and for the opportunity to comment. I would first like to state I work for Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, sorry. We'd first like to state we appreciate your advocating for research funding and additional resources, more soil testing, and incentives for regenerative agricultural practices. I'd also like to echo Kaya's comments that although it's not entirely within the scope of the panel questions, it can be agronomically feasible to meet drinking water limits. While final limits might be hard to reach, they're not impossible, and the goal is to give a clear directive that agriculture has to figure out a solution rather than placing the onus on communities. For Ag Order 4.0, it was possible for some growers to meet interim limits, and regulatory pressure drives investment in research and innovation, as evidenced by conversations on the Central Coast. Right now, there are limited incentives to figure out solutions with the current time frame. And while the regional boards might not want to implement nitrate limits, it is not the purpose of this panel to do what the boards want. The purpose of this panel and its charge questions are to determine whether we have the data and research necessary to set those limits. And ultimately, the regional boards are overseen by the State Water Board, which convened this panel to seek scientific recommendations to inform its oversight responsibilities. Each regional board has an obligation to protect beneficial uses within its regions, including requirements that the program has a high likelihood of achieving water quality objectives and a timeline with quantifiable milestones, plus best practical treatment and control. Next, I just want to flag some consistency issues noticed in the draft final report. Throughout the report, the panel oscillates between A-R, A over R, and other metrics. We understand the need for flexibility. However, leaving this metric used up to the regional board could create more challenges and confusion. For an example of this inconsistency, answer 1C on page 16 recommends estimating A-R data, but above states that any metric can be used and is left to the discretion of the regional water boards. We would recommend sticking with A-R, except in regions where R is not yet available or cannot be determined. Regardless of the metric used, we recommend explaining A-R, A over R, and the modeling approaches, including the advantages and disadvantages of each at the top of the report, for example, in the background, terminology, and concepts section. The report also waffles between setting interim limits at the 80th or 90th percentile. Again, we would recommend a limit at the 75th percentile or lower, but regardless, recommend that it be consistent throughout the report. And we will provide redline edits on the draft report to ensure consistent terminology and recommendations throughout. Thank you again for all of your time and effort, and we look forward to your final recommendations.
Thank you. All right, next we'll go to Maddie Richards. Maddie.
Hi, my name is Maddie Richards, and I'm the policy manager for California Coastkeeper Alliance. Thank you so much to the panel for the time you're taking to answer these questions. My comments today are primarily related to the draft responses to question 1. There's a portion of the response to question 1 which discusses testimony about the effective use of targets combined with educational efforts instead of limits. I want to reiterate here the need for enforceable limits. We are here because education and reporting requirements have been insufficient to address nitrate pollution. These can certainly be a part of the solution, but they are not enough. Enforcement doesn't need to start with the most severe consequences, like enforcement orders and civil liability. It can and should be progressive. This is consistent with the State Water Board's enforcement policy, which emphasizes fair and consistent enforcement, starting with things like outreach, notices of violation, and compliance assistance. This approach allows opportunities for growers to come back into compliance while reserving the ability of regulators to utilize all their tools, targeting those dischargers who continue to be out of compliance even after receiving warnings and assistance. This is a really important and necessary safeguard in developing a strategy to ultimately achieve limits that are protective of groundwater quality. I'm also unclear on a portion of the response to question 1, which I believe is on page 13 of the latest draft that was shared with the public, that talks about an iterative 3 to 5 year process. I support addressing the highest discharges first and ratcheting down over time, as well as monitoring achievement of interim limits throughout the process. But in the approach this response is describing, it's unclear to me what would happen after 3 to 5 years. If I'm understanding correctly, the approach described may leave us in a position where after 3 to 5 years of implementation, there's a pause in the process with further regulatory steps to be determined at that point. If that's the case, I want to mention the schedule requirements in the non-point source policy, which require the regional boards to put in place, as Corinne mentioned, a specific time schedule for achieving water quality requirements and to include quantifiable milestones to measure progress. In essence, there needs to be a clear path from beginning to end, which is the achievement of water quality objectives. Finally, I want to touch on references to balancing economic and water quality goals in the draft responses, which are included under additional considerations. The regional boards do need to include economic considerations when developing water quality objectives as part of their basin plans. This is baked in as part of the regulatory process. But that also means that they will do that even in the absence of information in the report calling out that requirement. The responses also talk about how the panel was not provided with evidence to consider the economic cost of implementation. I think based on this and the asking question 1, which relates to the sufficiency of data and scientific research to establish limits which are protective of groundwater quality, economic balancing does not need to be included in the response to the charge question. Thank you for your time and consideration again, and I appreciate the opportunity to participate.
Great, thank you, Maddie. That's the extent of individuals who contacted us in advance of the meeting to request public comment. I want to go first to anybody here in the room who would like to provide public comment, and then I will go to the additional individuals online. Would anybody in the room like to provide public comment? Okay. All 2 of you. Well, thank you so much for coming out. All right, next we'll go. Y'all did a wonderful job. All right, let's go next to Nathaniel Kane, followed by Elias Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathaniel Kane with Environmental Law Foundation. I want to thank the members of the panel and the facilitation team and staff again for another really great discussion. I know everyone's hanging in there. It's been a long process. I really want to talk about the anonymity piece that was discussed right before lunch. I want to push back strongly on the discussion points that were raised at that time. I believe that this panel is supposed to form its conclusions based on evidence in the record, and not on assumptions and conjectures about what people may or may not do. And what I'm seeing is assumption and conjecture when it comes to the anonymity piece. Dr. Geisler mentioned that an assumption that growers will cheat if their data is public. I don't believe there is any evidence to support this. Thousands of point source dischargers nationwide and emitters under the Clean Air Act self-report their own data every year. Are there errors? Sometimes. But if you want clean air and you want clean water, you need good data You need to put that data out there. Self-reporting is the way to do it. We can correct errors if we have the data, but with anonymity, it gets much more difficult. Further, many of the companies we're talking about here, these large operators in Central Coast and Central Valley, are major companies with compliance departments. They are required to submit this data under penalty of perjury. I don't believe that these companies are going to deliberately lie. I just don't think that that assertion made by Dr. Geisler is correct. Finally, the growers I have met through the 10 years or more that I've been working on this have been honest, hardworking people who are operating in an environment that incentivizes pollution. If I was a grower, I would be very disturbed by the suggestion that I would cheat if my data was public. I just don't think that's accurate. Nor, frankly, I think does it make sense as a policy matter. I think that data is more vettable and is going to be more reliable if it's public, because implausible figures can be discovered and corrected at the time that they're published. And I don't think anyone has ever put forth a shred of evidence that any of these negative consequences has occurred in the Central Coast, where there is no anonymity associated with this data. In fact, I think that the data coming out of the Central Coast is better quality than the data coming out of the Central Valley, because it's vetted publicly by a public agency whose incentives are for high quality data. I think that when it comes to the anonymity piece, I think it's an important policy decision. And, however the panel comes down, it should be based on facts, not on conjecture. One final point, to answer the points of Dr. Dahlquist-Willard about making names and addresses public. Under even the Central Valley program, names and addresses are public. They are published as part of the coalition membership lists. What we're talking about with anonymity is the association of those names and addresses with specific data points. So I want to be clear that, talking about the anonymity piece requires a level of familiarity with the programs that we're
Please
talking about.
conclude your comment.
Level of understanding of the consequences of this. This has to be based on evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll next go to Elias Rodriguez. Elias, please.
Sure. Thank you, Sam, Dr. Geisler, and all the members of the expert panel for your expertise and work on this, and State Water Board staff. My name is Elias Rodriguez. Before my work here representing communities impacted by pollution, I worked at a high school supporting first-generation college-bound students in their journey post-graduation. And we provided these high school students with tools like SMART goals, which is an acronym for specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound goals. And in that work, we are attempting to effectuate change in their minds about how to prepare for life after graduation. And so those tools are similar to what you expert panelists are doing here. You're attempting to change the practices of grower operations to prepare them to address the toxic impact of their practices. And SMART goals is exactly the tool that they need. Grower operations need a specific end goal in the form of a final discharge limit. The final discharge limit is also measurable because it's based on research that members of this panel undertook. It exists at 50 pounds per acre in the Central Coast and 34 pounds per acre in the Central Valley. And the final discharge limit is attainable and realistic because some growers are already meeting the final limit. And finally, the final discharge limit is time-bound because it provides a date into the future that the panel decides provides enough time for growers to meet that limit. The final discharge limit is exactly what the State Water Board is asking for in question 1. The current iterative process that the panel is recommending in question 1 is not a SMART goal. It provides no specific end goal for growers to keep in mind. It's not measurable because growers do not know what they're looking toward. It may be attainable, but certainly is not realistic because it does not reduce nitrogen loading. And it's also not time-bound because it doesn't set a final limit. The SMART goal approach is also emblematic in the non-point source policy, where that policy requires the purpose to be explicitly stated, requires quantifiable milestones in between the explicitly stated purpose to ensure that polluters are making that progress. That is why along the way, the SMART goal will force individual grower operations to think about how to change their practices to meet the limit. As the discharge limit increases, or decreases in this case each year, growers will decide whether to use organic amendments that Dr. Muramoto mentioned last week. They'll decide how much they need to reduce their synthetic fertilizer by the limit to meet to meet the limit. They'll decide whether they can move to organic fertilizer, compost, or cover crops. And then the consumer market will respond to all these decisions, not immediately, but as each year passes and as each grower operation is forced to change their practices. Grower operations are much more sophisticated than high school students. However, those operations need SMART goals to ensure that they are maximizing profit.
Please conclude your comment.
And the public needs SMART goals to ensure that the grower operations are not polluting their water sources. I recommend that panelists review the language of the question 1 to ensure that they are answering it completely. And I recommend that the panelists answer the question in the affirmative with the final limit for which the question asks. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. That is the extent of hands raised from members of the public. I would like to do one final check from any members of the public. If you would like to provide public comment, you can use the hand raise feature by clicking on the reactions button at the bottom of your screen, followed by the hand icon. Any additional members of the public who would like to provide comment? All right. Seeing none, I know that Thomas Harder has a hand up. Thomas, please.
Yes, I had a question to the presenters. I really appreciate the work that you're all doing and going over this process and what we're the conclusions that we're arriving at, and pushing back on some of that. I was wondering, I think it was Kaya or Corinne who mentioned that and reemphasized that we can't really be on the policy side, that we sort of need to stick to the science. And one of the things that strikes me about that is when we talk about the future goals and what agriculture may or may not be able to achieve, I entirely appreciate the comments saying that, you know, there needs to be limits that once they are set, then the industry will develop the tools to get there. And certainly that's been done in other sectors. But what I'm wondering is, I mean, what I hear my colleagues that are on the agronomic side say is right now, the science is not there to say that we can set these really strict final limits that are protective of groundwater quality. We don't have the scientific evidence for all of the crops that we can actually do this, which is not to say that we can't not develop methods that will eventually be able to do this. But I guess my question back to the presenters is, isn't that then a policy decision again that we can't really weigh on, guessing that yes, if we set a limit to 50 pounds per acre or 30 pounds per acre, the science will follow. Isn't that a policy statement rather than a science statement? And shouldn't we as a panel stick to reporting on the science that's currently available to show where agriculture can go in terms of reducing nitrogen leaching to groundwater? So it's a question back to you on, I hear you say don't step into policy, but then I hear you also say, if I understand it correctly, to make a policy statement by setting targets that are not really proven by science at this point, may be proven by science in the future. So it's a question. Maybe I misunderstand.
Thomas, is that a question for members of the public who provided comment, or
It would be
staff
my
of the
question to the,
statement?
no, it would be a question to the commenters, Corinne, Kaya, and others that commented on setting these very strict final limits rather than targets, and made the argument that few growers can already do this. I don't know that this applies to all the commodities, all the 200 plus commodities that we're growing, that the evidence is there, and the growers that meet those limits, I don't know what their conditions are, or that a scientific investigation has been done to show, yeah, this is actually the way to do it, and this is how everybody else can do it. And so if you're appealing to us to stick to the science, I don't know that we can make these recommendations that you're asking us to make, because to me they seem aspirational. That is, they seem to be a policy decision rather than a science fact finding.
Thank you, Thomas. I know that we could quickly end up in a pretty extensive dialogue with our wonderful and dedicated members of the public. I would suggest, and I hate to especially give all of you who are definitely volunteering for to attend this process as members of the public any homework, but I think Thomas's question is very fair, and I would encourage you at any of the future and upcoming meetings to think about the question that he posed to all of you. So encourage you to think about that, and if you have the opportunity to provide comment at one of the upcoming meetings on either January 21st or January 29th, or in your comments on the eventual public document, it would be wonderful to hear your thoughts on the important question that Thomas just asked.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. At this point, I'm not seeing any additional members of the public with hands raised. We'd love to hear any final thoughts from members of the panel, and then we'll go to Chair Geisler for closing thoughts, and then Karen Mogus from the State Water Board. Members of the panel, any final thoughts you'd like to share before we wrap up? Or is everybody spent? It's been a long day. Chair Geisler, please.
Just wanted to thank everybody for contributing to this meeting, and have a nice evening. See you next week.
Likewise, thanks to the panel for the great discussion today, and thanks to all of the public members who have been enduring all of the discussion and many meetings. Really, obviously, lots of interest in this, and really appreciate it. So I will see you next week.
Wonderful. Thank you all. That concludes today's meeting, and we'll see you next week. Bye.
Recording stopped.